welcome to the Sewing Quarter. I'm Natasha McCarthy, and we have got lots and lots and lots of goodies coming up for you today. All sorts of things, premieres, quilts, lots and lots and lots. Let's have a look in some detail. So it is, of course, Wednesday, not just any old Wednesday, it's Wondrous Wednesday. 8 o'clock coming up, we've got fruity fabrics. Oh, yes. Then 9 o'clock, we've got our beautiful beach bag. And it is beautiful. And that's with Attwood. And then 10 o'clock, we've got sewing room secrets. And then 11 o'clock, Angie's back with a modern baby quilt, which will knock your socks off. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So that's what we've got coming up today. Now, we love it when you get in touch with us. Lots of you getting in touch yesterday. Let's have a little chat again today. So head to the website. Here's how you do so. It is sewingquarter.com. Head to watch, and there we will be live. There's our Wondrous Wednesday. Underneath, there's a little message the studio box. And when you get into that message the studio box, hello. Now, if you've got lots and lots and lots to say, then what I would say is email us, studio@sewingquarter.com, and then underneath will be all of the products from our shows today. As we run them through and they come up on your screen, they will go down there. So that's all of yesterday's. We're going to have fresh, brand new for you in just a moment. Starting off with this little chap, which is back in stock. Oh yes. Now, what is it, you may ask? Producer Paul, have you never seen this in action? Have you not? Oh my goodness me. Right, let me move everything out of the way. This is the Nancy Ziegman, can't quite say her name. It is a 5-in-1 sliding gauge tool. Oh yes. It's a funny little piece of kit, isn't it? Let me show you what it does. Well, some of the things it does, as we'll be here for the whole hour. Right. First of all, a few little features to look at. On here, you've got two measurements either side. This side here goes from 0, which is that line there, all the way up to 6 inches. And then this side is 6 inches at the top there, down to 0 there, down to 6 inches there. You've got a sliding gauge that clicks in every 1/8 of an inch. Okay, which is absolutely perfect. It's been really well thought out. So each of these bars here is, hang on, let me get this right, is one is a quarter of an inch. So you've got 2/4 of an inch, and then you've got 1/8 in the middle there. So you've got your regular uses of measurements that you're going to use there. Now, here's the thing. When you want to, it did sell out last time. Yeah, it sold out in record time last time. It was here and gone. That was it. Now, if you're marking off a hem or anything like that, or a seam, then you can line it up like that. You can get your pen and you can mark along there, move it along, mark. Or indeed, you can fold, and you can make sure as you're folding that you're getting it the right size, and fold it to that line and use that line to do that. Now, what about when you are trying to transpose off patterns, your buttonholes, how wide your buttonholes are? You put that against your buttonholes in there. You'd line your one buttonhole up there. You'd then line the other buttonhole up there. So put it to whatever distance they are, and then you would mark it on your fabric. So mark it there. There would be one buttonhole. Mark again along there, and then line it up again. Finish off that line there, and then you know that you are getting perfectly spaced buttons every time. Now, that's just some of the things it does. Also, you can use it when you're measuring, when you're sort of measuring, say that I've got some edging that I've got coming down here, and I want to make sure that that my rick-rack, for instance, let's get a bit of rick-rack, I've got 25 meters of it here, that my rick-rack is coming down, and I want it to be, there you go, I can measure that to make sure that it's going to be exactly the right length. And then if I'm going to turn it, I can then measure up from there and go, right, that's the point that I then wish to turn it. It's a really handy little tool, but it doesn't stop there. Because it doesn't stop there. No, it doesn't stop there. Check this out. If I put a pin in there like that, then this little hole in here, and I can move that, I can move this, of course. I can move this anywhere that I like. I can put my pencil in there, my pin in there, and I can move that around. Hang on, let me actually get some lead in there. There we go. I can move that around and make a circle as I go around. Obviously, it helps if you actually pin that into something, but you can then use it to draw your circles for any of your items that you wish to do. So it really is a very handy little gadget with all sorts of different uses. It's a steal. $14.95 for something that's going to give you accurate hems, accurate seams, that is also going to allow you to draw your circles out, whatever size that you want. Even if you're just going to mark off that 1/4 inch there. And of course you've got your 1/4 inch there. So if you're just checking your 1/4 inch seam allowance, can you see you've got a 1/4 inch mark there? So even if you're just going to use that bit to check your 1/4 inches on your quilts, then you've got that as well. Really, really handy little natty piece of kit. So that is one of our tools. We've got lots of premieres today. So ZRGQ70, $14.95 for that. Oh, we've got messages. Let me just log in here. Where are we? Bear with me, caller. Messages. Sandra. Oh, here he goes. Says hello again. Sonia. Oh, I've got Sandra come up. Oh, it's all changed. Sandra. Good morning, Tash. Lovely sunny morning. Is that the one? Hey, fabulous. You and lots of goodies. Yes, lots of goodies. I have to go out this morning. Boo-hoo. It's no good, is it? But as I spent so much money yesterday, it is... Oh, and then it ends. You can't leave us on that. We need to know more. Ah, now it's called Fruity Fabrics today. Sandra, did you have to go out in the middle of that message? Is that why it suddenly finished? Let's have a look at our Fruity Fabrics. Let's have a look over here. Now, this is to match our Fruity Fabrics. Oh, yes. I love this colourway. Do you know what? I'd make a quilt just out of these. How beautiful are these? Absolutely gorgeous. Shall I bring these into the middle so you can actually see them? Would that help? Ha-ha! There's rick-rack everywhere. We'll get on to rick-rack in a bit. Now, we've given you a 1/2 metre of each of these gorgeous little numbers. Isn't it beautiful? So you've got here, you've got claret, which is there. You've got vintage pink, one of my favourites. You've got ivory and you've got slate. Yes. A stunning mixture. It doesn't matter which way round you work them, they all go. That's what I love about this one. Look at that. And that ivory is just lovely and soft. This is one that you can mix in with your shabby chic type materials as well. Oh, just look at that. Beautiful. Price, hello, $12.95 for 2 meters. Yes, hello, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we like. Isn't that gorgeous? LWGC 86, that's a bundle that everybody should have, quite frankly. And do you know what we've done? Ba-ba-ba! Threads to match. Look at this. There's your ivory, your pink. That is pretty well matched. Look at that. So if you want threads to match, and it's one of those little things, isn't it, that for $6.95, you've got the threads that go exactly. So for under £20, you can have 2 meters of fabric and all the threads that match exactly with those fabrics. Happy days. We are stash boosting today. Oh, yes, we are. So KCGC71, and grey's always handy to have. That off-white, really, really useful. So that is how those are looking. Now, if we're talking about the old fruity fabrics, let's have a look at all of these. Now, nautical but nice. On your fruits, these are your strawberries. I love this. Now, this fabric, it's called linen look, okay? It's not linen, it's cotton. Well, it's 80% cotton, 20% polyester, so you can wash it. You can wash it on 30-degree heat, that's fine. Absolutely fine to do so. It's ironed up really nicely, I have to say. Your nautical, it's not called nautical but nice, is it? But I like to call it that. Your nautical strawberries in your linen look, there they are. Isn't that gorgeous? So you've got all of these, you've got your greys in there, so you've got colours from that spectrum bundle that you can pick out from that grey. And you've also got all sorts of blues and things in there, which is really lovely. Hence the nautical. So £4.95 per half a metre. Can I just show you how wide that is? This is particularly wide fabric. Whoop. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You get that by the half metre. TMFG54. This is one of those fabrics that is just perfect for your craft projects, for all those sorts of cushions, outdoor cushions, door stoppers. We've made peg bags. We've made all sorts out of these. That is just a really nice, because it's a heavier duty fabric. This isn't your soft cotton for quilting. This is a heavier duty one. Now, I love a stripe, and could you imagine having outdoor cushions or conservatory cushions in a lovely stripe like that? I think that's stunning. I think that's really lovely. This is a bit like a ticking, basically, isn't it? This is your linen look stripe. Again, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. £4.95 for this. LQFG17. Incredibly easy to use. It's got quite a big weave on this, hence that's how it's given that linen look. So £4.95. So if you want a metre, then you just put 2 in the quantity box and you'll get a metre, and that will be cut in one long length and you'll get that much. That would be a metre. It's a good looking fabric, isn't it? Really good looking. Now let's have a look at our linen look hearts. Now this was very popular at the weekend. We aired this at the weekend. My threads have gone everywhere, look at them. Gosh, calm down threads. Go there. Now, these are your linen look hearts, and as you can see, they go spectacularly with your stripe. Yeah, I love those. Get the same colours. There's your same colours. And if you're going for the bundle, then check that out. Ha ha! Yay! We matched it. We matched it. Look at that. Gorgeous. So you can really mix and match with these fabrics today. Maybe you're going to have these as a lining for something that you're making with that. We did bundles like this at the weekend. They absolutely flew. So £4.95 for your linen look hearts. It's a lovely fabric to use. Love it. Now the last two that we've got for you is we've only got 4 meters of each. Now the reason we've only got 4 meters of each is because we sold the rest of it at the weekend, but for some reason we just had 4 meters of each left over. So let's have a look at the stars. Now I can tell you with complete and utter certainty how lovely this fabric is to use, because after the show yesterday I made another of my little iPad holders / tablet / reader. And it was lovely. It was really lovely to use and just very, very easy to work with. But if you are after We've only got 4 meters left. On the weekend show, we made a nice plastic bag holder out of it on the show, which was very lovely. But please check out your basket to make sure that you've got it. And that was one of the projects that we did at the weekend. So there we go. That is your linen look stars. If you want that, please grab it now. Shall I put that to one side? That's not going to last, is it? So that's just in case you missed out on the weekend or you wanted to top up. Here's the thing, you see, if you bought that at the weekend, then maybe you want these fabrics to match with it. Or maybe you want to go for the strawberries. Yeah, last one. Now, only 4 meters of your strawberries in your berries left. But isn't it gorgeous? So this is the same sort of scenario. If you want this, call the call centre. It's free to do so. 0800 112 4433. Do call and secure that order. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day. We'll only charge you 1 lot of postage and packing. Our P&P is done per day through some, I don't know, magical means. There you go. So that's your strawberries. Really, really lovely to work with. In fact, we've got a book on the show for you today, which we'll get to in a minute, which is perfect for this fabric. It's not a coincidence. Oh! Bobbin holders. We have bought you spool holders before now, which is always popular, but we haven't bought you until last week. So I think this is only the second time this has been to air. Oh, Producer Paul's never seen it. This is going to hold 32 spools. There aren't spools in there, not at the moment, but that's what they'll look like when they go in there. 32 of them. So you know how a lot of us buy these big spool racks and then we end up putting our bobbins and they sort of perch on the top, they don't quite fit. No, 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 have a dedicated spool holder. It's got the lid on so they're not going to rattle around anywhere. You can take them to workshops, you can keep them safe contained, they're not going to unravel, they're not going to just be rattling around everywhere so that you can't find them. You can put them in alphabetical order, colour order, rainbow colour order, whatever you like, and you know what, it's $4.45 for 32 bobbins. Amazing. We've got less than 20 in stock because you did go crazy for this the other day. So please do grab that if you would like that. Now, I did mention Rick Rack. I've got Rick Rack as well to go with everything that we've got on the show today. Now, the nautical but nice berries goes beautifully with the blue and the red. So if I just pull out the strawberries, nautical but nice berries there. Which Rick Rack would you like to look at first, Producer Paul? Oh, red. Let's go straight in with the red. So Rick Rack for me has so many different uses, whether you're using it as a trim on the cushion, whether you're using it to be decorative, whether you're using it to make your bunting. Look, that's just going to work really nicely with that nautical theme. Nautical strawberries, who would have thought? But there we go. And it's just giving it a little added extra something. Now, you're getting a whole 25 metres of this. This is the one that we worked out was like 51 pence per metre or something. There's something crazy like that. But this is just fab. And what I really like about it is it's a nice wide Rick Rack. 51.8 pence. Let's round it up to 52 pence per half a metre. So if you are using this as a trim, you see, you would just, as a trim or a treat, when you put it in, you'd put your fabric, let me show you, right sides together there, and then you would just put it in along there like that, and then when you sew that along there, when you reveal it, what you would have is, you'd have your little bit of Rick Rack along the top. So it would just be, you'd get like half the Rick Rack showing along the top because you can measure that up with your sliding gauge. Let me do that so that it actually shows. So when that's sewn in, you see you would have that as that sort of trim. Along like that. Nice, isn't it? So we've got that in red. We've got it in blue as well. Rick Rack has been so popular. 25 meters. Now you see, if you're doing your outdoor cushions, why not Rick Rack it up? And you can see, look, that blue is a great match with your nautical berries there. So $4.95 per half metre for your nautical berries there, and your Rick Rack is $12.95. Rick Rack's one of those things that once you've got it in your stash, especially because you're getting 25 metres, that's going to last a super long time. Now we've got one more colourway for your Rick Rack, and that goes with all of the others. We've got sort of two linen colourways today. We've got the nautical and then we've got the berry. Both lovely, depends on which look you're after. So if you are after, was I getting rid of the strawberries as well? Let's get rid of that because we only had a few metres of that. Here we go. For example, there. That's why we've picked it today, because that just goes so beautifully. So that's to go with the berries. And this is your wine. Yes, I think we'll have a little bit of wine. Just when I think I've seen all the Rick Rack colours, they throw in another. I've never seen the wine either, producer Paul. Is this the first time? Is this a Rick Rack premiere? Hello, Rick Rack premiere. There you are. Oh, exciting times. And you see, look, that goes with the stripe beautifully as well. Beautifully, beautifully. They've done a good job, haven't they, finding out these colours that all match. Good job there. So that's your wine Rick Rack. Wine rack, as I'm going to otherwise call it. £12.95. Took a moment there, didn't it? Just a minute. There we go. Now, also to go with this, we've got some gorgeous ribbon. And again, it's that similar feel. I'm pretty sure we've got one of these open already, but I'll open this anyway. Here we go. Look, it's just absolutely perfect colours. Handmade with love. So you're getting 4 meters of this. This is your Beresford Handmade with Love ribbon. And you can just see, if I hold that up with the, how beautifully those colours will go. Isn't that lovely? I like it. I like it a lot. It's one of those things, you know, just don't make something and then have someone go, oh yeah, no, that's lovely, where did you buy it? Make sure they know it's handmade. For instance, you know, say you wanted to do like a little, like a little tablet phone, a little phone, one of these, then you could always, instead of putting a handle, just put a ribbon in for your handle instead, with your handmade in love, or put that through the middle of there, through your handle. Now, if you bought the Rick Rack, the ribbon, the bobbin, the gauge, if you bought everything on the show, your P&P would still only be $2.95. Do you know that? That's what I love about that. Even if you bought everything on the table, and even if you then checked out your basket and then came back at 10 o'clock and bought everything on the table at 10 o'clock, you'd still only pay $2.95 P&P. I don't think people quite... certainly it took me a little while to... I was like, what, how can you do that? How can you do that? I don't know. It's the warehouse are a bit magic like that. But that's the beauty, is that your P&P is only $2.95 per day. And if you want to get in touch with, and you know, to place an order, actually talk to someone, then 0800 112 4433 is our free phone number. It's a UK number, and our help staff there are super, super helpful. 1 takes you through to sales, 2 takes you through to the help desk, and either way, they can help you. Now, let's have a look at the, oh yeah, the book. I know we've gone through everything very quickly, but there's method in our madness, and that is you can't buy it until we've shown it to you, because that's how our system works. So let me show you this book. Now, the reason that we've put Debbie Shaw's So Useful book on here is, you've guessed it, look, it's this fabric. It's because this fabric is featured throughout the book. So we wanted to give you the ideas that work so beautifully with the fabrics. So for under £10, let's have a little look. We have used this book a lot, but that's because Debbie Shaw's a lovely lady and she does some beautiful things. So whether you're making, you see, you could make these out of our linen, couldn't you, our linen look fabric, and have them as wash bags. In fact, I do believe there is a wash bag in here. So get your Spectrum fabric bundle, then you can do all the linings. But you see, look, you could make your back chair caddy. This is the one that I keep saying I'm going to do in my car to put all my bits and bobs in for my car. But you can do that and you could line it. Well, this would be perfect, wouldn't it, in all of our linen look fabrics. And then we made these. These are great. These would look lovely. You see, that's done in a kind of a Hessian-y, linen-y type thing there. And that was for Debbie's dogs things. Debbie's dogs. You've got a toy bag, which opens out into a play mat. You've got straighteners. These are the ones. Look at this. This is just fab, isn't it? So this is your craft caddy. Ladies, gents, we have craft, we need caddies. It's as simple as that. Going to look really fab in these linen. And then you've got all sorts of little bags and bits and bobs. Ooh, your garment cover. This is basically everything that you need. Yeah, your ironing bag. That's a good one. Your ironing caddy. This one. Here we go. This is your garden tote. How gorgeous would those nautical strawberries look in that? In your garden tote. I think it's fab. This is what nautical strawberries. It makes me giggle every time. I would never have thought of a strawberry being nautical. Hey, your stripes. You could use your stripes for that. This is your dish carrier. So maybe you're having. This is what happens in our house. My husband goes, "Wouldn't it be lovely to eat outside tonight?" And I'm thinking, yeah, but that means that I've got to try and traipse through the house with hot dishes. Had one of these, it'd be fine. I wouldn't be whinging, would I? Be fab. So you've got all of that. Maybe you're going to visit, I don't know, an elderly relative and take them something nice and warm. Then deliver it in that. Beautiful. Under bag storage. Under bag storage? A bag for under bed storage is what I'm trying to say. All these sorts of things. A loo roll holder. Perfect. There's nothing worse though, is there? If you go to somebody else's house and there's just that little bit of loo roll and then you're not quite sure where the next roll is. There you go. Obvious for everyone then. All sorts in here. We've made lots of these because they're so fab. Oh, Cave. Hello. Love this. A teddy hammock. Yes. Teddy hammock for all your toys. All your children's toys. Would you a strawberry nautical teddy hammock? Happy days. Or you could do that in hearts. That would be really nice in the hearts. I love that idea of a teddy hammock. Your big basket. Oh, I like that. Hey, nautical strawberries again. Be lovely. And then your laundry bags. This linen look fabric is perfect for your laundry bags. And then if you get the Spectrum bundles, then you can applique using your Spectrum solids. $9.95 for that. There's all sorts of other things in there. Now, you saw me use earlier when I was playing with Nancy's gauge, the mechanical pencil. This was the yellow one, but I think we've got pink as well. Yeah. Let me show you this, because I love this a lot. I just found you an old scrap to have a little write on. We had Jennifer Mills in yesterday doing some dressmaking with us. We made a lovely jacket, and she said that this is so incredible for doing darts. So if I just show you, this is the yellow one. So she said because it's so fine, if you're doing dressmaking darts, shows up, doesn't it? Shows up an absolute treat. Whereas if you had a chalk, it's just less fine. We know, some of our guests, they're so particular, and as rightly so precise. And that's what this is giving you. This is giving you precision. So, say I want to use my gauge to measure along here. There we go. Oh, Starsberry's sold out. Well done if you got that. Well done. If I want to do an inch seam allowance, then there we go. That clocks in. That then is secure in there. And then I'm going to line up that green along there. And then that's going to be along there. And I can just measure beautifully. Hang on. And mark. Move along. And mark. Now, and then you can also do your buttonholes as well. So if I want them evenly spaced, I can do that. And this is all using the pen. Doesn't that pen just show up beautifully? Now, the box that it comes in is this. Which colour is this? You will get refills. We've taken the refills out. But you do get refills in it. So you'd get one of those in there. Well, here we go. Let me just show you. We've got it in pink, we've got it in yellow, and on the website we've got it in all sorts of other different colours, white and black. Perfect because you pick the colour that is going to contrast with the fabrics that you use. So today we don't have any yellow fabrics on the desk, which is why we've chosen yellow for you, because it's going to show up against that grey treat and that pink. So £9.95 gives you, well, you can either have the pink or the yellow. The pink, shall I show you the colour? Is this the pink one here? Oh, I've got the white one out. But the pink is a really, really lovely one as well. That will show up on those as well. So let's have an update on everything, because do you know what? I like to think of the 8 o'clock hour as kind of being like the early bird hour. And those of you that get up early, you get the things that are back in stock that we've got back for you. Now, nautical strawberries, most popular this morning. Now, if you want to match it with the grey out of the bundle, then we've found the grey that works an absolute treat for you. And the ivory is going to work as well if you want to play with those. There we go. So you've got those to play with. And then in the rest of the bundle, you've got those pinks as well. Now this bundle here, so you can use this with the nautical, but these colours match exactly with the stripes and the hearts as well. So let me show you those as well. So let me just show you with the stripe. I want to show you how that is going to look. Look at that. That is why we've put that bundle of colour, that bundle of fun together. Yeah! Because look, the colours are exact. And it just looks fab. So you can just match it all perfectly. And you can have the stripes going through there. So the fabric is available by the ½ metre for £4.95, and then you've got the bundle details down there, which is £12.95 if you want those colours that are going to work with it absolutely exactly. Let me show you. This is a much thicker weave than you get on the fine cottons that we quilt with. This is very much a craft fabric. This is going to be perfect for your outside cushions. I would make, in fact I have made out of very similar material, bean bags and things out of this. I had a whole discussion with Jess Entwistle the other day about making bean bags out of this type of material, because it's thicker, it's sturdier, but it's also soft. So it's just absolutely perfect for those kind of projects. £4.95 per ½ metre. Love it. So you see, I would do, because when I do my bean bags, I do them as a square top, square base, and then I do ticking round the outside. So I would do my hearts in the middle. These are your berry hearts. I would do my hearts as a square in the middle, and then I would do the ticking round the edge. And you can do outdoor cushions, you can do box cushions, you can do bean bags, all that kind of outdoorsy type seating that you want. The other thing that we made at the weekend out of this style material was now, the swan fabric sold out, so it's not for that fabric, but it's just to show you how this linen look fabric works so beautifully. This has got about 4 pounds of rice in. It's sturdy, so if you want those outdoor door stoppers, things like that, this fabric's going to be great for it. But then if you also just want to tidy up your kitchen, we've done that too. We made out of our fabric that we had on the other day. And so that one would be perfect out of your heart because the stars is now sold out. But great for these. Now. As you can see, what we've done today is, well, okay, let's rewind the clock. Let's go back to the weekend. We put 1/2 metre of this with just one plain, and the feedback was there are so many different colours in there, we want to match them. So we went, okay, no, that's absolutely fine, we can do that. We can bring you a bundle of plains and match those colours absolutely perfectly with these colours through in the linen look. So that's what we've done. So this is your vintage pink, always a winner in my book. Whether you're using it this bundle or if you're just buying the bundle just for itself, the vintage pink is uber soft and pretty. So this is going to also work in with things like your tildes, your soft florals. It's going to work in with those sorts of things that you've got in your stash. So perfect for the fabrics we've got on today's show, but also perfect just to have in your stash anyway. Penny, hello Penny, she says hi. The fabric, if I buy more than 1/2 metre, does it come in a complete length or 2.5 metres? Also lovely to see you, Natasha. Wondered where you'd got to. Oh, I had half term off for Captain Small. That's where I was, Penny. But yes, it's lovely to be back. So yes, let's make this clear. If, Penny, you buy the bundle, then it will come pre-cut in 1/2 metres. So if you buy the bundle of fabric and you buy 2 lots of it, then you'll buy 2 lots of 1/2 metres. If with the linen look, because we're selling that by the 1/2 metre, if you buy the linen look fabric and you put 2 in the quantity box, then you'll get 1 metre continuous. Okay, that's how that is working. I'll give you the names of these so that if you want to buy these by the metre, you can buy them individually by the metre off the website, but we just put them in a bundle together because the colours go so beautifully. So we've got slate here, we've got ivory there, we've got vintage pink there, and we've got claret, I do believe, there. All of this for £12.95. It's lovely, isn't it? It is a lot of fabric. It's when you see it laid out, and I've overlapped, but when you see it laid out, you just start to get an idea of just how much fabric you're getting. Maybe this is going to be linings. Maybe you're just going to do a stunning quilt just out of those 4 colours. Would be gorgeous. Really gorgeous. But however you want to play with these colours work. They just work an absolute treat. And at £12.95, just great to have in your stash. I'm loving building up my stash of plains and solids. It just works so nicely because then I know that whatever fabric I buy, I'm going to have a colour that works. We had someone email in a little while ago and she said that every time she placed an order with us here, she popped in a couple of 1/2 metres off our Spectrum Solid range, and so she was getting a complete rainbow in her workroom. Isn't that a great idea? And you're only going to pay 1 lot of P&P, so it really doesn't matter. There we go. So lots of fabric coming to you today. Yeah. There you go. So that is your gorgeous bundle. Whee! Now, let's have a look at this gauge. And I'm going to do that over here. Are you ready to be engaged? Let's have a little look. So, Look, this really is out of the scrap bin, isn't it? If I want to do a seam, and I want to make sure that it is absolutely seamless, and I want to do a 1/2 inch seam, for example, then 2 ways I can do it. I can line that top line up there, and then line the bottom one up like that, or I can do it so that I can line that up there, that bottom green line up there, and then make sure that that top line is there. And then I can use that to just make sure, pin as I go, and then I know that I'm going to have the perfect sized seam. If I just wanted to mark it so that I can then maybe go and iron it, then I can line that edge up there, and I can mark there, or I can do that the other way around. I can line that green edge up there, and then just do a whole line along there. Just keep moving it along, and then I've got that to then mark. Now, say I want to do buttonholes nice and evenly, and I want them to be 2 inches apart. Then I would move this, because by just depressing that, I can slot that into my 1/8 of an inch increments, and I would then line, that works as 0, because that goes from 0 to 6 inches down one side, and then down the other, this is 0, and that's 6 inches there. So you've got both going on. So I know that if that's 0, and I want my buttonhole space at 2 inches, I'd line that green up there, that's my 2 inch mark there, and I would just go right there, and there, perfect, and there, and there, and then you just, that's everything. That's everything lined up absolutely perfectly. I love this thing. And then, if you get yourself a little pin, whee, and you can just, there's a hole in here, so you can pin that onto your mat or whatever, and then, can you see in here, there's a little hole in there. If I, there, that is there. You can get your nib of your pencil in. So you can secure that with a pin, or just put your finger on there if you don't have a work surface that's going to pin. You can then pop that in there, and you can mark off your circle. So if you want to mark off your circle with it, you can do that as well. Whee! So you can do all of that. And then, what else does it do? It's just really well thought out. These are, I've got this right, these are 5/8 of an inch. That and that, those two bits are 5/8 of an inch. So if you're working out your 1/4 of an inch seam at 5/8? No, 1/4 of an inch. 1/4 of an inch, there you go, there, 1/4 of an inch there. And that's it, 1/4 of an inch. So you can easily use those to check your 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. It's just little things like that. All the instructions come on the packet. I'm doing it from memory. But you've got all of those in there to use. So very, very versatile tool. It's $14.95, ZRGQ70. Now, another thing that's very popular this hour, is the Premier Rick Rack. Nice. That will be the wine rack. Wine rack. Here we go. We call it Rick Rack. We also call it wine rack because it's called wine. £12.95 for your wine rack, Rick Rack. Look how beautifully it goes. Lovely. We will go through all the fabrics for you again as well, because I know that you're wanting to get that early bit of fabric in. Now, why Rick Rack, I hear you ask? Brand new, 25 metres of Rick Rack for £12.95. That's 52 pence a metre if we round it up. Love Rick Rack. I've got you red as well. We've got red and blue. The red, We've tried to cover all colours for you to go with all of the different fabrics that we have on the show today. So if I show you the nautical strawberries with the red, then that's why we've chosen that one. Because that goes beautifully. $12.95. We've also got that in the blue as well, all on the website. There we go, DWGQ46. Oh, lots of people asking about the threads. Okay, so what we do is we've got a great big thing of threads in the office, and then we've got our rack of all of our Spectrum solids. And it is as technical as we go through and try and match the threads to the fabric. And that's what we've done today. So the colours, oh yeah, no, okay, so the threads aren't, they don't have names, they just give you numbers. So you're asking what the thread colours are. Do you want the colour numbers? Oh, right, okay, so that basically you've got that, you've got the ivory one there that goes beautifully with your ivory fabric. You've got that grey there, which goes beautifully there. You've got a light pink there to go with the vintage pink there. And then you've got that darker one there sitting whoop, 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 there. So you can see we've matched them the closest that we possibly can to go with the bundle. In fact, Producer Paul, have you got a calculator up there? Can we add the thread, the bundle, and the postage? I reckon that's coming in about 20 quid, which is pretty amazing. For the bundle, the thread, and your postage, just over £20. Happy days. But of course, you can pop as many things into your basket throughout the day as you wish, and that P&P does not change. So the thread and the bundle is coming in under £20. That's amazing. And then you've got it there. It's done. And then if you're mixing any of these gorgeous linen look fabrics in, you know that you've got a thread to choose from. Whichever one you pick, it's going to work with it beautifully because you've got all of those colours there. This is what I absolutely I absolutely love this. There's a what? There's a whatty in the fabric. There's a leader in the fabric. Wondered what on earth Producer Paul was going on there. She goes, stripes, stripes, stripes. I'm like, what, where? Stripes. Is this in the lead? Ooh. Now, we've already had 2 sellouts of the fabrics this morning. So congratulations if you were up early enough to get that. But this is your stripe. Now, Penny asked us about our fabric. Penny, the bundle is in ½ meters, but this stripe is as much as you wish to buy. So it's by the ½ meter increment. So as long as we've got enough in stock, you can have it. $4.95. If you wanted 6 meters, you would put 12 in the quantity box because that's 12 lots of ½ meters gives you 6 meters. If that maths is beyond you, just give our customer services number a call. It's free to do so, UK-based number 0800 112 4433, and they will do maths for you. Hooray! I love this. Love this. This is the way it needs to go, is these hearts are just, this is, for me, this is like your farmhouse kitchen type, isn't it? It's a bit shabby chic. Yeah. It's lovely and wide, actually, this fabric. You're getting a lot for your money here. For under £5 a ½ metre, it's great value. $4.95. Oh, Leslie in Derbyshire. We've had a message from Leslie. Good morning, Leslie. She says, morning, Natasha. Quick question. Can you eau de coat rickrack? Thank you, says Leslie in Derby. Yes, you can. No reason why not. Of course. Anything that you can coat that has fibres. Like velvet would be really difficult because it would mess. The glue would mess with the texture of the velvet. But yeah, with the rickrack, I can see absolutely no reason why not. In fact, what I would probably do is get a pair of gloves and just work it into the fibres just by hand. Because normally you would paint it on and then get an old credit card or something and work it through. But I would just get some on my fingers and just work it through. And there's no reason why you can't eau de coat your rickrack. Yeah. Are you doing it for trim on an umbrella? Or on a wash bag? Oh, let me know, Leslie. I'm curious now. I'd like to know what everyone's up to. What are you up to this morning? Thank you for joining us, by the way, bright and early. We've got beautiful linen look fabric. It is 80% cotton, 20% polyester. You can wash it at 30 degrees. This actually, would be fab for your dog beds because it's sturdier than your normal cotton. It's sturdier. Nautical strawberries. Let's have a look at these. A slightly more masculine colourway here. With your reds, your blues, your greys, and your creams in there. I love it. $4.95. That is absolutely perfect, of course, for utility rooms, kitchens, things like that. Your outside cushions and things. Perfect. Door stoppers, all sorts of things. Or even in your craft room, if you're making your craft caddies and bags like that, lovely and sturdy. That's what this is very much about. This is sturdier than your cotton. It's got that polyester in there as well. But TMFG54, producer Paul, I need to warn you, is revving up for a stock warning. The bobbin box, is that our stock warning on the bobbin box? Oh my goodness. Bobbin box here. Bobbin box here. So many of you going for this 32 not spools, bobbins. The hint is in the name, Natasha. It's bobbins, not spools. Bobbins in here. 32 of them. Multi-buys on this. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I've got a couple of these. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. $4.45. PUPH79. And so just slot them in. Everything's done. Really easy to open as well, by the way. You just push those in opposite directions. Bing! And it's open. For years, I've used older chocolate boxes and stuff. It's just not the same. Get one that's actually made for the job. $4.45. Oh, the ribbon's been popular. I'm glad you like the ribbon because we put this in because we just thought how the colours went so beautifully with the linen look. It's all that sort of feel, isn't it? Ba, 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 ba. So the ribbon is handmade with love. Well, that's what it says. I don't think the ribbon was actually handmade. We'll send you the love, though. Handmade with love. It just works, doesn't it? Works beautifully with the stripes, but it's also picking up the colours here on the hearts as well. Yeah. Isn't that lovely? 4 meters of ribbon, that's a lot of ribbon. You might just want just a tiny little trim. Maybe you make cards as well, then you could just cut that off and stick that on your cards, on the back of your cards or something. But this is just a lovely little thing to stitch. If you are just going to stitch that on, I would just fold down the edge, sew it on. Get your thread. That's pretty much the same colour. So if you get your thread, then you can just hand stitch and copy those stitches there. But that's why we've matched these colours, you see. So, yeah, talking of threads, we've matched the threads for you beautifully. Oh, actually, look, because look, that thread goes with all of them, doesn't it? Isn't that gorgeous? Yay, $6.95 for the threads, which you can see all works. I love it when a show comes together with colours that work so well like that. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Nice. Nice. It would work great with the fabric. Do you want to see that with the fabric bundle? Let's do that. We have technology. Over half the stock gone. Well, I'm not surprised. Look at this. 2/3. Gosh. Busy, busy, busy morning. So with your fabric here, Not only is it gorgeous, but we've picked it so that the colours work beautifully. Oh gosh, that has gone super quick. If everybody checks out the baskets, we've only got 8 of them left. Look at that. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. Here we go. Look at that. We are handmade with love. Look, that's gorgeous. And then, of course, your threads working beautifully with that as well. It's all going on. There we go. Let me put it. Nice. Now, oh, hello and good morning to Eileen in Carmarthenshire, Louise in Bedfordshire, Elsa in Clackmanshire, Phyllis in Hampshire, Christine in Merseyside, Linda in Dorset, Julie in Lancashire, Karen in Leicestershire, Janet in Northumberland, Christine in Northamptonshire, Penny in West Sussex, Mary in Cardiff, Nicola in Wiltshire, Olivia in Somerset, Sally in Staffordshire, and Yolanda in Bristol, to name but a few. Good morning. Thank you for shopping with us. Welcome this early. My goodness, it has been an early show. I'm loving this fabric. Look at it, how it just all works so beautifully together. So whether you're going for the Spectrum Solid bundle that we've got here, whether you're going for the lovely stripe, whether you're going for the thread or the ribbon, it's all on the website. Nice. Haha, Andrew Attwood is up after the break. Don't forget, of course, to get your super useful Clover 5-in-1 sliding gauge back in stock. Andrew and I will be back in just a minute. See you in a minute. Bye. Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @SewingQuarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Tune in on Thursday the 15th of June when the lovely Victoria Peat will make her long-awaited return to Sewing Quarter. Victoria will be showcasing her very own tote bag, which has been brought back by popular demand. The kit comes complete with everything you need to make the bag, including instructions, patterns, and fabulously fun fabric to create a beautiful summer bag fit for boardwalk or beach. So make sure not to miss Victoria on her return to Sewing Quarter on Thursday the 15th of June at 11 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
There are many different ways you can buy from us here at the Sewing Quarter. You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for the Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
Hello, welcome back. Now, 9 o'clock, we promised you a beautiful beach bag. Look what we've got. It's beautiful and beachy, yes. This is the bag that we're making this hour. Yeah, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. If I move the stuffing out of the way, then let me show you inside, because look, you've got some big pockets. If you love a pocket, this is the bag for you. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. This has not skimped in any way, this bag. Now, this is out of our Dashwood Fat Quarters, but let's have a look, because we've brought everything that you need to make that gorgeous bag. It's all in a gorgeous kit. Let me show you. $34.45 for everything, which includes the book. Now, this has got, I think, 7 or 8 different projects in the Fat Quarter Bags book. And you can make any of the makes in there, because each one only takes 6 fat quarters, as it says right here. Look, only 6 fat quarters to make each bag. And there are all sorts. Angie and I were talking about this book before the show. And the beautiful thing about it is that if you are mad into your quilting, but maybe, do you know what, you've over quilted, you've done such a huge project and you want something that's going to be quicker to make, but still involve your quilting, this is the book for you. It's got some beautiful designs in there. Gorgeous. I mean, look at that. Absolutely stunning. And to name but a few. So we've made one of the bags in the book. Let's get the right way around. We're also going to give you the thread, the book, so you've got the inspiration, the wadding, so you've got everything that you need. And look at these fat quarters. So 8 Dashwood fat quarters from the Paper Meadow range. I'm going to move this out. Here we go. All of this, the book, everything. I just want to show you these beautifully. So here we go, your fat quarters, you're getting 8 fat quarters here. And I just want to show you how beautifully these mix and match. That's why this range works, because you've got the pale blue in there, but you've also got that striking navy, but then you've got the coral and that mustard, and then you get a light bright one there, and then you get your spot. So you've got all sorts in there, all working together. You've got 8 different fat quarters here. So you're going to have 2 fat quarters left over for whichever bag you choose to make. It's a huge amount in here. Oh, hang on, no, there's more. Look, there's more under here. There's another one there. I always forget that peachy one down the bottom. So you've got that one. You've got that one. You've got this lovely pale one there. All of these coming in your fat quarter bundle. Yours won't be sewn together when you get it. We've just done that so that we don't lose them. Look at these, aren't these gorgeous? And then you get that blue, that light blue coming through there. And then you get that gorgeous coral. There we go. There we are. That's your fat quarters. This is the bag. This is what we're making today. This is the kit to make the bag. $34.45, DWGC 43. There you go. Now, there we go. I think I'll leave the bag there. Do you want to have a look? Oh, Producer Paul, do you want to have a look through the other fat quarters? Where's he gone? We'll do that later. Excellent. Okay. Right. Hello.
Hello. Long time no see.
How are you?
I'm not too bad, thank you.
So that horrible weather we had last week, your fault, I hear.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You went on holiday?
It's because I was on holiday in the UK. I'm like the Addams family, you know, the black cloud just follows me.
Amazing. Amazing.
Happens every year.
So nice to be back at work then, really, because it's sunny again now. Thanks. Thanks for that. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Very well.
Good.
Now, this bag is a bit of a stunner.
Yeah, it's a nice book.
Could have done with that on your holiday, couldn't you?
It would have needed that waterproof spray.
I know, the Oda coat, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, this is the bag that we are making this hour. How easy? What level are we looking at for this?
Actually, this one is one of the simplest ones out of the book. But they all involved, which I thought was quite sweet, they all involve quite a lot of patchwork. And some lovely patchwork designs, so I think it's really nice. And all of the interiors of the bags look as if they're the same. They're kind of the same kind of shape.
Have you got the book? We've got the book here. There we go.
Yes. Yeah. So there's, I think there's 7, did we say?
I think we counted about seven different designs.
There's 4 on the back there. You can see this one, the panelled one that I've done, is one of the more simple ones. So fairly easy if you're starting out, and then you can build your way up to some of the more tricky ones. But like you were saying, if you love quilting, well, you love patchwork, then I think it's really nice. Sometimes you don't always want a huge project.
No, well, this is it.
Yeah. So it's nice to have a smaller project.
Now, the way that these are laid out in the book, you get to meet the designer, but look at that. That always looks like it's going to be really complicated. But it's just
some
half
square
triangles,
and
isn't
some
it?
Squares, yeah.
And it's all broken down. Real clear grids.
These are really nice because, as you say, the whole book's constructed around each bag will take 6 fat quarters, so they all take the same amount of fabric. And the diagrams that you were just showing there tells you from each fat quarter that you've chosen what to cut.
Oh, so that's per fat quarter?
Yeah, so that you work out which colourways you're working with, and then it will tell you, so this says from fat quarter 3, which is the accent fabric, cut these shapes. And so it's really clever, and out of wadding as well.
That's actually going to teach you how to work with your different colours, isn't it?
And to work with the fabric to get the most out of, of clever cutting to get the most out of each fat quarter. So yes, each one of these squares represents a fat quarter.
That's so clever. So learning as you go, it shows you how to construct, how to put it all together. I love that they give you different colourways as well.
Yeah, because obviously each of these bags can look totally different.
Well, this looks sort of tiger-like and hot, doesn't it?
Very safari.
But here,
it's more subtle, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Da, da. Nice.
Yeah, so I found their instructions really clear.
And so we picked one out of the book.
I shall need the book.
I'll give that back to you then.
I made it a few days ago, so, I've made a quilt since then.
Oh, well, much has happened since then.
Absolutely.
Look, I can't even remember what I had for breakfast, so I salute you for remembering anything.
I did, so I was very envious.
Oh, yeah, no, I had a good breakfast today, didn't I? Yeah. Now, this is the San...
Yeah, so this is the one that we're doing.
Clement.
Yep. Some posh names in the book.
St. Clement, basically. Is that what we're...
Yes.
With an accent,
yes.
So it sounds posh.
Yeah.
That's what we're making. What do we do first thing?
Okay, so as I said just now, each fat quarter, it tells you what to cut. And because we've got different colours, I've chosen to use different colours for the strips.
Nice.
In this, so it will tell you. I don't know if you can see here. There's a strip from fat quarters 2 and 3. Do you see this strip here from fat quarters 4 and 5? And then this strip here is from the centre. So I've chosen my red for the centre. And then from the 2 other colours, so this is my fabrics 2 and 3, and this is 4 and 5. So you need to sort of refer to that because it refers to the lining as well. So you cut, obviously it tells you all the accurate sizes, but I think the strips are 4 inches wide and just the length of the fat quarter. Of your fat quarter. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so then it tells us to sew all those together.
Which is what we've done.
Which is what I've done. So we're at that stage, and don't worry if if the ends don't all match, because they won't, because fat quarters, they've already been cut and whatever.
Yeah, so you're kind of relying on somebody else to have cut them accurately-ish.
Yes, but it doesn't matter because we're going to cut this down now accurately, so that's fine. When you're sewing in strips, just one tip to try and sew in different directions. So I stitched these 2 together and then these 2 together, but when I put the centrepiece in, I tried to stitch it from a different direction. It just saves a little bit of...
these 2 together, that line there together, and then
start putting the centre in.
Put the centre panel in.
In fact, we're doing a lot of stripes today because my next project is stripes.
We're stripe-tastic today.
I love stripes.
Why are we doing it in different directions?
If you sew them all in the same direction, you can get a little bit of distortion.
Oh.
So when you're sewing any strips together, try and sew. I always try and look at the end that I've cut off because I use a manual cutter on the sewing machine.
Yeah.
So the tail's always really long. I can tell the tail at the end is longer. You know what I mean? If you look at where you've started to where you've sewn.
Oh, amazing.
So try and sew in different directions with strips because it'll save a bit of distortion on the fabric.
Top tip.
Okay.
These things that you don't know unless somebody tells you.
There you go.
It's excellent. So when we've sewn them all together...
Yep, so then it tells us to cut them into 10-inch units. So now I'm just going to chop this into 2 10-inch pieces.
Chop away.
So I'm just going to give me a nice straight edge to work with, because as I said, these could be wobbly both ends.
We've given you our brand new rotary cutter.
Well, I do believe it was because I've been asking for it for months.
It's not just you. It's not just you. You and several others.
But hey,
like, when are we going to get this? When are we going to get this?
But when I did my tools list, I did notice that Joy was using it on Sunday.
Yeah, she's another one that's been after this as well.
And so when I filled my tools list in for my show, I was like, at last.
I have that.
Because I use this one all the time.
Hey.
Yeah, so it is my favourite.
Why is this the one that you've been... I won't say nagging, persistently begging for.
Well, we all know how sharp rotary cutting blades are, and how careful we have to be with them. And although the others work perfectly well, it's quite a tricky habit to get into, putting that safety guard on and off or putting the blade away each time.
Right.
And with this one, you don't have to worry about that. It has a safety button on, which I've now gotten into the habit of putting it on constantly. The minute I've finished cutting, it's so easy to just press it with one of your fingers. And so I put that on each time it's done. But the other thing that I like about it is you don't have to remember to push the blade out and push it away again. As soon as you grip it to use it, the blade
so let me just show
exposes itself.
All of this. That's it in its normal, natural habitat. As soon as you grip it, then it engages that blade. Now, if you want to lock that blade out, push that red button.
I don't know why you'd lock it out.
I don't know, but it's an option there for anyone that wanted.
Yeah.
But again, as soon as you release it, that blade is safe.
Yeah.
Now, if like me, you've got small people, dogs, and everything else, you want to make sure that that blade is super locked.
Yeah.
And it's just pushing from the side. So to unlock it, press. To lock it, press. And then it's locked. Once it's locked, that's unlocked. Once it's locked, that's not going anywhere. So it's got those lovely features. Unlocked, it's safe.
If you drop it, then if you were to drop it as well, the minute you let go, the blade goes away.
Which you don't get with the others.
No.
So this is like the super safe version.
Yeah.
And that's why we've got it in $24.95 MBPH15. Lots of you loving that. And of course, lots of you also loving the bundle that we've got for you today.
Excellent. Yeah, well, it is great, isn't it? The book's fantastic as well.
So here's the kit. Very quickly. So everything that you need to make the bag. You get the book as well, which I think is excellent value.
Fantastic.
Because then you've always got that as a reference for any other fat quarters that, you might have lying around the place. But we've given you 8 fat quarters in with this bundle that all go together. And your wadding and your thread.
Yep.
So we've sewn it together. We're going to cut it into 10-inch strips. Over to you, Angie.
Just another thing about the rotary cutter. Obviously, it's nice and ergonomic. But if you have bought this, this bit here is where you can tighten or loosen, where you can change the blade or tighten and loosen how loose the rotation is. And
why would you want a loose rotation?
Well, if you're a speedy. Well, I guess it unscrews completely to take the blade off, so there is that natural tightening and loosening. But what I was going to say is when you get it out of the packet, it is locked down.
Right. So don't get it and think,
it doesn't
work.
When you come to obviously use it, you just need to loosen that off. And you can loosen it off to make it rotate better, because it's because that's one thing that I don't think the packet tells you that, maybe, or not all of us read the packet, do we?
Oh no, get it out and grab and just start going.
Yeah. So we're away. So let's do some cutting.
Whee!
We got a bin?
Sorry, it's hidden by
That's okay.
There you go.
There we go. Thank you. So we've got a nice straight edge to work with. And now I can I'll just line it up on the mat. But I don't.
There you go. There's your 10 inches.
There's my 10 inches. So I need to just shuffle over here, if that's okay.
You shuffle away. I will shuffle as well. Shuffle. We're all shuffling everywhere.
So there's my one.
This is one of those fat quarter bundles that just goes such a long way. I was trying to remember which guest it was that made an entire quilt out of the 8 fat quarters.
Oh, really? I was going to say, I did a big quilt out of it. I love this fabric.
You did do a big one.
Yeah.
We've had several guests do an awful lot out of this fabric. It's one of those, it's quite a modern fabric, I think, but it's got colours that will pick up throughout the house, because you've got the navies in there, you've got the creams in there, but you've also got that nice light blue, but then you've got that lovely, lovely ochre, mustardy colour going through there. Love it.
They're very, I always say they're very mid-century modern.
That's it, mid-century modern. I knew you had a good term there for it. Yeah. This is the bag that we're making. Now, this is a big, durable bag. Now, we've said beach bag. I say baby change bag.
Well, it's versatile, isn't it?
It is. It's lovely and versatile. And also, because it's super and soft, if you needed to, if you got really caught short, you could just lay your baby's bum on there if you needed to change. We've all been caught that way with little ones. Yeah. And then in here, if you have little ones, of course, there's the boys upstairs that don't have kids going, I haven't. You wait. One day, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. So really big, deep pockets in there. All of this fabric. So this takes up 6 fat quarters. 2 big, generous pockets. Let me show you there. There's no skimping in this, is there? This is a full-on generous bag.
And of course, because from the bundle you'd have 2 fat quarters left over, you could actually make more different pockets inside once you get
into
pockets and what you actually want from your bag.
Producer Paul says he'd make a matching purse.
Absolutely.
Not like for himself. A man purse. Actually, do you know what, Producer Paul? These colours they can be quite manly, can't they? Mm. I like.
So once we've done that, the instructions tell us to, obviously we've cut all our pieces out to begin with, and this is I chose the dark colour for the base, because
I think that's wise.
On the floor, and the handles.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons. So now we can, now we've cut this down, I'm now going to attach the base to each of those. So I'll just pop those on. 1/4 inch seam. The instructions do say as well, everything's 1/4 inch seam unless otherwise specified.
This is it's reminiscent of quilting then, isn't it? It's got that feel to it.
Absolutely.
Instantly. We've said this before. By the time that you've made a massive, great big quilt, sometimes you just want a quicker project that is just going to be an absolute dream. But still gives you the satisfaction of having made something lovely.
I think what's quite nice about it from a quilting point of view, which we'll come on to, is that, if you're a bit nervous about quilting and you've only ever done sort of quite plain straight line quilting, you can go to town on a smaller project like a bag. Yes. Then practice your free motion quilting, or, if you've wanted to have a go at some other patterns, do it on a small bag, because it's not you're not breaking the bank, are you?
No, absolutely.
Like a huge...
absolutely.
Project.
And because you've got the book to keep as well in this bundle. So for $34.45, not only do you get loads of fabric, you're going to have 2 fat quarters left over, but you're also getting the book with all of the inspiration for lots of other projects. So enough fabrics to make any of the projects. Yeah. So we haven't just given you enough enough fabric for just one. If you want to make this one instead, go for it.
If you're a bit more advanced and you're already, experienced patchworker, then have a go at one of the more complicated
They've all got that generous pocket in. Lovely. I like that. That reminds me of sort of mosaic flooring.
Yes, there's some really nice patterns.
There are some gorgeous ones. Look at that. Now, if you want more fat quarters, I'll show you some other options.
So, can I press this now?
Yeah, I'm going to leave you to press that.
Okay. What I'm going to do then, before you disappear, is the instructions tell you to use fusible wadding.
Right.
Okay. So you don't have to stick to fusible wadding. You can use different things. So I'm using just normal craft wadding, and I'm spray adhesive. I used a spray adhesive to fix it.
Right. Okay.
And on the inside, it tells you to quilt all the panels, even the lining, even the pockets. And I thought that was a bit sort of with fusible wadding, that would have been quite bulky. So I used wadding on the outer of the bag, but for the lining and the pockets I used interfacing, iron interfacing. So it does have a stiffness, but without the bulk. So I'll press these and then I shall be spraying
everywhere.
I shall be affixing my
I'm a big fan of this stuff.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why
I'll press these
in a minute.
Right.
If you want your repositionable craft adhesive, it is $7.95. I'm not going to lie, my very first quilt, I was so worried about everything moving, I did both sides with that. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
No, it is good.
My one warning would be maybe put an old bed sheet or something down, because I did then have to wash the carpet because I'd got a bit overexcited and sprayed the carpet as well, but it was all good. It was all good.
It doesn't usually travel far if you're careful, but if
You
you
know,
were being zealous, going for
spraying it everywhere. Oh dear, me and glue, it's always a messy business. Now, I know that you love a fat quarter. Fact. And producer Paul knows that I love Tilda. Fact. So the deal was we put some Tilda fat quarters on the show. But it's a new range. It's the Circus gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous new range. Ooh. Yes, this is the one with the elephant. Producer Paul's very excited because this is his favourite one with the elephant in. Now, this is the blue range. So the Tilda Circus comes in green, blue, teal, and red. This is the blue fat quarter range. So to give you a little, there we go. Can we see them if I do that? Or do you want, there we go. Love, love, love this. So you've got the beautiful flowers there. And then you've also got, wow. These are your elephants, Producer Paul. You are so right. Here they are. Has this only been... Have you never seen them in the blue? Ooh, loving the blue. Absolutely love the blue. So you've got great big prints like that, which are absolutely gorgeous. But then look at the elephants in blue. You've got to see this. This is, for me, this is like the signature pattern for the Circus range, the new Tilda Circus range. It's $19.95, but look at that. Just it's the simplicity of it, in that you've got the cream background and then you've just got two shades of blue. The detail is where the beauty comes in. So you've got your elephant and he's got a monkey on his back who's having a cup of tea from the other elephant. There's also a squirrel on the elephant and a dancer. But you see, the dancer then has an umbrella that has the teacups in that the tree is growing out of. It's just incredible. The movement through here is just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. So you can grab these fat quarters for $19.95. Love them. We've got another option as well for you. So let me just pop those to one side for you. Loving it in the blue. It's absolutely gorgeous. Let me pop those to one side there. So that is your Tilda option. And then Cathud, 20 fat quarters. This is from Tula Pink. Love, love, love this. £4.50 each for a Tula Pink fat quarter. If you love Tula Pink and you love the whole rainbow effect, let me show you these open. They are just stunning, absolutely stunning. Some are quite simple designs, but the colourways are beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Look at this. Some are simple, some not so. Some are, you know, as ever with Tula, more detailed. 20 for $89.95, which, firstly, Tula Pink is not always easy to get hold of in the UK. It's not always the easiest. I know, I've had a good old look around. But you see, look, you've got everything from your florals to your sort of geometrics in various colours which is gorgeous. But then you see, look at this. This is, we had this as a charm pack. And it was so tantalising because you just got little snippets of these designs. You're like, well, what does the rest of it look like? Look at the richness of that. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely stunning. And I just think the colours in here, not only do you get beautiful designs, but you get them in a rainbow of colours. So, you know, you can really go to town. Maybe you want to separate them through colour. You've got different ranges in there. So that blue that I've just shown you is also coming. There we go, look at all of those. So you see they're the different colourways that particular design comes in. Absolutely stunning. If you've got the book, of course, you can make, I think it was 3.3 or something bags. 3.3 recurring bags. They only recur if you keep bringing them out, right? But that's just a few of them. Beautiful, gorgeous colourways. Bright, vibrant, love them. $89.95. Over to you, Ange.
Oh, over to me again.
Over to you. I saw you. We're making this. Oh, lovely. $34.45. Each of the bags in the book, and you get the book in the bundle, will use up 5 fat quarters. 6 fat quarters. But it's all rather lovely. So we've given you a head start because we've given you 8, which means that you've then got 2 left over. Maybe with the 2 left over, you then want to match them with some plains.
Yeah. Well, you could do that.
You could, couldn't you? Because and then you've got, you know, maybe you're doing one of the ones that looks like it's straight out of a Roman mosaic.
Yeah. And
you want to then just have plains and then just have the pattern. I don't know. I'm just learning about all this stuff.
Well, I'm just. I fused some wadding to the back. Now, this
is easy to do with the spray?
Yes, it's a temporary spray as well. So if it doesn't stick permanently, so it's just to hold everything in place while you're quilting it.
What I loved when I was using it was that it was repositionable. If I didn't get it in the right place to start off with,
it's not entirely. You know what I mean? So it just holds it a little bit secure. Enough so that when you're quilting, but it doesn't glue it completely. Now, I went to town a little bit on my quilting because I just love. It's nice to get some patterns in. So I've done a nice chevron effect on this bag. The instructions tell you to just quilt in the ditch. So
stitch in the ditch.
Stitch in the ditch, yeah.
But you said no. And you did.
You could
I'm going to leave that forward so you can see there in the shadowing. You can see Angie's beautiful quilting. You just love to quilt, don't you? You can't help it.
But you can also make it, you know, really personal then. Because it's your quilting design. It makes it even more unique.
We were saying at breakfast this morning, I can't wait for Festival of Quilts because I just know that when we go, everybody there is going to have their own quilted bags that they've made themselves. I just can't wait to see the variety. I'm looking forward to picking up more hints and tips. But this might be it. You know, maybe you're making bag ready for the Festival of Quilts.
Yeah, absolutely.
For all of your goodies.
Do you know some people take suitcases?
Oh, I've seen wheelie ones, so they don't have to drag all their purchases around.
So just because this is just fused lightly, I'm just rattling off a few rows of stitching just to keep it in position before we start to pop it together. So I'll just do a couple of rows of stitching.
You know the joy of the sewing quarter course? You don't have to drag anything anyway, it just gets delivered to your doorstep. For $2.95.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you that.
Beauty.
That's less than parking in most places. You know, you get a metre square of wadding in the kit. How much wadding did you use?
Oh, the pieces I'm using today to make this bag are from the same pack that I used to make that. The leftovers, and there's still a bit left. So you can make 2 bags.
Nice.
Definitely 2 bags out of the one.
So actually, for $34.45, you're getting a book full of inspiration, enough to make 1 bag and a bit out of the fabric, 2 of the waddings, enough for 2 bags out of the wadding.
If you just put the wadding on the outside, like I did.
Oh right, so yeah, and if you don't want the
because I thought it was a bit over the top to have the lining quilted and the pocket.
No one's going to see that bit, are they? Quilted pockets.
I did quilt the handles. The handles have a bit of wadding in. Yeah.
So actually, this is what I love. And another thing that I love about Senko, we always give you more than you need. Always more than you need. We even give you the thread to quilt it with. Thought of everything. It's all in there. Do you want to have a look at some more ideas in the bag? Oh, look. Now, the book will give you 2 different colour options. So there's a darker colour option. What I'm constantly amazed at working here is how just a different choice of fabric changes the feel completely. So that's it being all beachy, but maybe you want something a little bit more sophisticated. Just a change of fabric. Or maybe you want to use the colourways that we've given you and make it just absolutely fun. I'm loving that you get such big, deep pockets with these. So beautifully written out. Okay, so that is each of your fat quarters, the layout for each of your fat quarters. It couldn't be clearer.
It's great, isn't it? The cutting instructions.
Very impressed.
Really good.
Very impressed.
Yeah.
Oh, for all of the bags, all 7, I think was how many we counted.
I think there are 7 designs, yeah. So I've just rattled a little bit of stitching just to hold it in place so that we can carry on with the construction, because I think that's what viewers want to see, really, is how the bag goes together.
So is this a technical term? Rattled off a bit of quilting?
Rattled off a bit of quilting, yeah, absolutely. So now I think we stitch the 2 bottom ends of the bag together in a second.
Would you like to check?
But I think we might put the handles on.
Oh, yeah.
First.
There you go, I'll leave the instructions there if we need them.
So the handles, again, are... tells you they're cut from the same fat quarter as the base, and it's I can't remember how big, about 4.5 inch wide strip by a certain length, and I've pressed that as we do. Press it in half to get your centre, and then press the edges in.
So basically like massive binding.
Yes, like a big binding. And I did, in the one I've made, I cut a small piece of wadding.
Okay.
And just placed it in one side.
I thought the handles were particularly comfy.
Quite like that. You could just put wadding on the bit for your shoulder.
Ooh.
So, you know, you can really customise it. Yeah. Or you could just use the interfacing, the iron-on interfacing instead. So just to stabilise your handles a bit.
So up to you, basically.
Yeah, up to you. And then that's just been stitched. It gives it a nice finish, actually. A little bit from each end, from each edge, and down the centre. So I won't stitch this one. We'll just pop it on, shall we? Yeah,
up to you.
Time.
Up to you.
Yeah, we need to
crack on,
don't we?
Okay.
Okay. So then I'm just going to centre these. Shall I do it with this one first? I'm just going to centre these on my on this panel here.
Actually, you've got the panels as a guide, haven't you?
Yeah.
Which is nice.
Yeah, that's really nice. And you just have them sticking over the end a bit, like that. I'm just going to pop a pin in there, and then I'll take them to the machine and stitch them on. It tells
Are you basting them in place?
You stitch, because we're putting them within the seam allowance, we're just going to do a small zigzag backwards and forwards just on the edge there.
So that's going to reinforce the handle.
Yeah.
And it's also going to keep them secure for when you come to do it. Is the lining sewn on? How's the lining going in?
So you make the lining exactly the same way as the bag, and put one inside the other and turn it out through the lining. Yeah. Okay. So the lining is exactly the same construction.
So that's how those handles are going to be encased.
Yeah.
Within
that's how
the lining and the outer.
Yeah.
Nice.
So, there we go. Just trying to see where I am. So I'm just going to hit the reverse button.
The thread is all coming in the kit. The thread, the wadding, the book, lovely book. And also, of course, the star of it, which is these beautiful fat quarters, all coming in the kit.
Lovely, aren't they?
Well, it is. It's just a great way to get going, because then you're not having to rummage around. Does this colour go with that colour?
What's nice about it is if you don't like this bag design, you can do one of the others with the fat quarters, because they all use the same amount of fabric. So that's
absolutely.
Really nice.
Or you might just be after a nice, relatively simple, straightforward make, and then decide to try something slightly more more taxing later. It's got something for everyone. That's the beauty of it. So whether you're a this is beginner, I would say.
Yes, yeah. I mean, there's no, there's straightforward piecing. Nothing complicated, really. Just follow the instructions, which are very good. So I won't waste time stitching these handles.
Okay.
Just pop them on. I wanted to leave it open, not stitch before I come on air with it, to show people how it's made. So that's always difficult, because then
it's knowing how much to get made, isn't it?
If I'd have stitched both handles, then I wouldn't have been able to show how they're made.
Oh, look at this one.
Which one's that one?
Off-centre circles. That's not what it's called, but that's what it's kind of. Look at that. I really like that. Where's it? You've got that one, and then. I want to see if it's got this one in a different colourway.
Oh, in the book somewhere.
Yeah. Yeah, look. Gives it a completely different feel, doesn't it? I like this. Oh, nice. All sorts in here. It says on the back, a quilter's dream.
Well, it is.
You're a quilter. Was it a dream, Angie?
Well, I did say I think it's lovely that there are so many patchwork designs in it. It's not just about cutting squares and making a bag.
Yeah. It says these roomy totes are a fun way to play with colour and pattern.
Yeah.
It is so true, and overwhelmingly looking through it is that experimentation with colour. Do give it a go, because actually it's rather than doing a whole quilt and then going, not sure those colours really work.
Yeah, that's it. Absolutely.
Try it in bag form first.
It's like almost just doing a practice block, isn't it?
Yeah.
And, yeah, definitely.
Is a practice block also just known as a cushion?
They're not always cushion size, are they? You might have to do 4 or more,
Pin cushion. Didn't specify which kind of cushion. There we go. So that's your book to make your bags. Bags,
absolutely.
It is really roomy. It is very true. When it describes itself as a roomy tote, you're going to fit a lot in this, ladies. And the fabric just sets it off an absolute treat. Because for me, this is a colourway that doesn't go with my house colour, within my home.
Oh, okay.
But I love the fabric. Yeah. So it's like, right, okay.
What can you have outside the home?
Because I've got like soft purples and things like that, and it's not going to sit right with it. But if I want an excuse to work with beautiful fabric, this is it. Just found it. Just found it.
Excellent.
Now, a lot of you are asking, how do I get the book? How do I get the book? The book is in the kits. It was the most cost-effective way of doing it, so that we could bring you everything that you needed to make your bag.
Just have to be careful, because I'm stitching with wadding on the top. It can get caught in the sewing machine.
So go easy.
So yeah, you just have to keep manipulating it.
But you're getting the wadding in there.
Yeah.
You're getting the wadding. You're getting the thread, the material, the book. Love it.
That's a good package.
Woohoo! Here we go. Let's have a look at the whole kit and caboodle. There it is. 34.45. DWGC 43. That's a metre square of wadding in there. There's a lot. 8 fat quarters. You only need 6 per bag. And your thread. It's all in there. It's all in there. The other thing to throw in, which I now would not be without, is the repositionable glue.
It's really handy.
Special glue for stencils and patterns and all supports. And it says, this is for your patchwork as well. Yeah, it does say protect your work surface.
Does it?
Didn't read that bit. Sprayed it around all over the place.
I tend to not spray to the edges, to be honest. But...
Yeah, no, I sprayed everywhere. Make sure all surfaces are clean and dry, and spray evenly from a distance of 20 centimetres. Wait 30 seconds and then stick. Yeah. You've got to wait for it to get that tack. Yeah. On it goes.
30 seconds isn't long, is it?
No.
So we've popped our handles on, and I've sewn now the base together.
Right.
And now we've got our sides, which again are fused with some wadding.
Nice.
And we're going to put these on one side of the bag, like that initially.
But there's going to be a gap.
Well, it's a square base, so that's where it comes in to its own. The instructions tell you just to stop a 1/4 of an inch from the edge there, to do with when you then turn that round to stitch the bag, because the bottom of the bag will end up like that.
This is the moment, this is the moment, you see, where I've cut everything else out and wadded and made it all beautiful, where I then go,
yeah, you think you cut something wrong.
I didn't do enough. What's happened? I've got a gap. No, it's meant to be there.
And the beauty is that we've got that lovely diagram, that if you're worried about that, it just totally show you that it is short of the centre line there, so you can double check if you think you've done something
Oh, look, it's even showing you to leave that 1/4 of an inch.
Yeah,
oh, this is really good and detailed, isn't
really nice. Well, I followed it. So there you go.
That's normally what guests say to me. If you can do it, Natasha, then anyone can do it.
Yeah.
Which is true.
So
very true.
That's what I think some people forget, don't they? It doesn't matter, we might be experienced at quilting, but we've never done this pattern before.
No, it's all new.
So it's all new.
Yeah.
To us too. So.
But that's the thing, isn't it? It doesn't matter how good you are at cooking. If the recipe's new to you, it's new to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the same.
And usually with I always find with anything I make, you always think afterwards how you could have improved it slightly or done something different, or there are just too many choices, really.
I get halfway through and then go, oh, and then you could. And so then I have to do another one doing and then I could also. Because often, we get messages from people saying, thank you very much, you've inspired us, you've got our crafty mojo up and running again. Because it is, sometimes it's just, you just need to start.
Yeah.
And it's by getting the book that you then start and go, oh, well, actually, if I did, like you, I'll just quilt it with a chevron pattern.
Yeah.
I'll just do that.
Well, the thing as well about doing more quilting that people who are less experienced may not know, the more you quilt something, the more rigid it will be.
Okay,
and so I just thought, well, like with this one, I've only quilted a couple of rows. It's still very flimsy. Obviously, it will have more construction with the lining being interfaced as well. But the heavier you quilt something, it will give it a stiffness. So just like the handle, actually. I mean, look, that's closely stitched together. It's, it's looking more rigid, and this is still very flimsy. So I would have even gone even further.
Would you?
Yeah. Quilt,
you see, but
quilt
then
the hell out of
if
it.
I want to have this as a bag that's folded up in another bag for when I do all my shopping, so I break it out. Now, if that's going to be the main bag that I'm putting all my other bags in for when I go shopping, then yes, I want that nice and rigid.
That's it. Well, you've got the choice, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. So you can quilt it as much or as little as you like.
The boys upstairs are worried. When I say the boys upstairs, I mean our producer and director. The gentlemen.
Are worried about your bags inside bags?
Well, no, they're just worried about how much I shop.
Oh. All these different types of bags.
It's my weekly shop,
that you need.
for all my fruit and veg and everything else.
Yeah, I don't have a nice bag like that.
And this is dreadful. You make them for everybody else.
Do you know, I don't actually ever go shopping for food. I only ever go shopping for food, fresh stuff I do sometimes. But how
can you not go shopping for food? Does it just get delivered
I have
to
it
your door?
delivered. I only to go at Christmas. It's my treat to walk around a supermarket. I can't stand walking around a supermarket, sorry. Don't like the places.
I go to market.
Yeah. So
I love our local market. We've got two fab local markets.
Oh, that's nice if you've got good.
And my same fruit and veg lady is there on a Friday and a Saturday. Hello, Jan.
That's nice.
She's really lovely. And whenever we've moved house, she always gives us her banana boxes. We've moved house entirely with banana boxes.
Yep. My mum's getting ready to move at the moment, and yes, the banana boxes are coming home.
It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
From my sister's work.
For which I should always be incredibly grateful to Jan's fruit and veg.
Right,
okay, we've got sides.
We've got our wings on the end. Yeah, we've got our sides on there now.
Okay.
And now
We've got 10 minutes. Can we do this?
Oh, wow. Okay, so now we're going to attach them to the other side of the bag, just as I have done there. I'm now going to stitch them to this side.
Okay.
Again, with the 1/4 inch seam at the bottom. You can see then I'll only have a little opening at the bottom just to stitch up, but I'll just keep going.
This is all straight line sewing, everybody.
Yeah.
This could be a beginner's project, but the book is going to give you options, and that's what I really like about it. So if you're a beginner, perfect, do this bag. If you want to do something more advanced, do that one. Oh look, lots of different options in lots of different colourways. So that's all this needs is fat quarters. Everybody's got fat quarters. Well, the watch is here. If you haven't, why not? So it gives you the grids, the layouts for your fat quarters. Each bag takes 6 fat quarters. That's if you want to do all the pockets and everything inside.
Yeah.
You know, that's entirely up to you. I like a pocket, and I like the fact that you've got big, deep pockets in here. I love that. Oh, look at that one.
Which one's that?
That's beautiful.
Yeah, the yellow one.
Ooh. So all of these, I keep looking through, and I like that one, and I like that one. Getting your big, deep pockets there. Oh, yeah, no, that's right, because this is the one that then looks all sort of hot and safari-like in that. It's fab. So all of these, this is coming. This book comes in the kit. The kit's awesome. 34.45 for the wadding, the kit. The wadding and the kit, the wadding's in the kit with the book, with the 8 fat quarters, so we're giving you more fat quarters than you need, and of course also your thread. We're making this today. A roomy tote. Let me take the stuff, it's a whole load of stuffing in there.
One-sided, I'm just going to do the other side, hopefully, and then I can just explain a little bit about the rest of the construction.
So then it's just the base, isn't it, really?
Yeah, then we'll stitch the base up, yeah.
Look, and when I say roomy pocket, now you've got a choice. You can either use the wadding, which is what it says to do in the book. You used, what did you use? You didn't use wadding, did you?
Interfacing. Yeah, which is just there, the packet. Fusible interfacing, yeah.
So, and that gives, instead of a wadded feel, that just gives...
So that's just like that kind of weight, a medium weight interfacing. And I interfaced both sides of the pockets, actually, but this is what I was saying about when you do something again. I think you only need to interface one side, would you? They're quite stiff, aren't they?
Yeah, they are quite sturdy.
So that the lining's got one layer.
Depends what feeling you want, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, so you've got the choice.
You can be the designer, as long as you know what it's doing. Made out of just 6 fat quarters. And even the inside, you see, this is it. Look at that. Oh, interfacing is going to come up for you there. $2.95 if you want to use your interfacing and save your wadding. Again, this is the beauty of our channel. When I first started, I'd have gone, well, what's the difference between wadding and interfacing? Surely it's the same, isn't it? No. Your interfacing, you attach, it's like a mesh almost, isn't it? And you sort of attach it. Yeah, stabilises the fabric. Yeah. In kind of a meshy format. $2.95 for your iron-on interfacing. But your wadding, which comes in the pack, so you don't have to worry about that. Your wadding is sort of looser fibres, gives you that nice squidgy feel. So that's your iron-on medium interfacing, which is what Angie's used here. Lots of options, and so I learn.
And the wadding gives you that the quilted effect. If you wanted a flatter bag,
gives you that lovely soft. Because this would have been back in the day. Yes, it's a lovely roomy beach bag and tote, but this actually would have been my shove everything in for Freddie bag, because it's got those big deep pockets. Totally works.
So we've kind of got our box now. Nice. The bag, which again the diagrams will show you that too.
Okay.
So then you've got just this open end where the side panels meet, and because they're not stitched completely to the bottom, and you can just stitch right across there.
And that's it.
Stitch
kind
that
of done.
down.
Let me show. There.
And open that up and stitch, because you've got a bit of.
That's
so you
perfect.
Just stitch right across there. Stitch that down to give you your square edge there.
So this is the bit that we're doing here.
Just do one.
So because there we go. And actually, that looks like that's been quite complicated to do, because you've got the base there, and that comes up round the sides. But that's the joy of it, isn't it? You've been shown how to do it within the details.
There, we've got one
It's clever.
done. Yeah.
Very clever.
So there we go. We've got that one closed. Right in there.
Okay, nice.
So that's basically how you construct the outside of the bag. And then the lining is constructed exactly the same way. So, as I said, for the one I've made here, I did actually put iron-on interfacing on it, just to recap the rest of the making before we run out of time. These ones I haven't interfaced, so they don't have interfacing on. The pockets are 2 squares, sewn together, right sides together, leaving a gap.
Oh my goodness! So even the pockets are fully lined. So this is a proper job here. Proper job.
So this would be my other pocket on my other lining, and I'd sew all the way around, leaving a gap. Turn it the right way round, which leaves you then with something like this.
Okay.
So this is one side of your lining, and then it tells you to centre your pocket with your opening end this end.
Right.
The bit that you didn't sew up to turn it through. And to position it centred about 2 inches up from the bottom of your lining.
Okay.
Stitch that down, as you can see. Then you'll flap this, flip it up that way, and top stitch that down. And then you're given that lovely, like you say, a lovely crisp-edged lined pocket.
Yeah, very nice.
So that will go on there.
It's got a very professional feel, this, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's really lovely.
Nice.
I'm just thinking, you know, if I wanted to save some of my beautiful fabric...
You could do plain lining and then stretch the fat quarters to make.
Which would then mean that you could make 2 bags out of your fancy fat quarters, out of your dashwood, and do a plain lining.
Absolutely.
Yes. Yes.
The lining is constructed in exactly the same way. So, so that would be my other side with my other pocket.
Yes.
Okay. And then we like the bag. We've got our 2 sides.
Oh, nice.
So we'd sew the bottom of the linings together, leaving a gap.
Yes.
It does tell you, because that's where we're going to turn the whole bag out. These would be attached on the edge. Again, you can see that they're slightly short.
Yes.
But so that you put the whole box together exactly the same way as we've done with this.
Yes.
But you don't turn it. Don't turn it as I've done that. And then you put this bag inside the lining.
Right sides together.
Yes.
Yes.
So the lining's inside out. This is this way, inside.
Yes.
And then all you need to do then is stitch all the way around.
Job done.
And then pull it through.
You've taught me how to do that, and I do that now on my bags, and I love it. Please, can you pass me the big creative grids?
Because, oh, yes. So then that would be, like you say, your handles then would be all enclosed.
Nice.
Because you're turning it out.
If you are going to be chopping up 10-inch plus pieces of fabric, this is what you need in your life. Isn't it? A good big ruler. This is from Creative Grids. For anybody that hasn't seen it before, this is 16.5 by 16.5 inches. Centimetres are on the screen. It's inches. We have to give you the centimetres. It's the law. Let me show you a few little features for those of you that haven't seen Creative Grids before. In the white corner, all of those measurements in white are your straight inches. Boom. But if I spin it, then in the black corner, we've got 1.5 inches. That gives you 1.5 inch measurement. So if you want something that's going to end up being 7 inches finished, cut it on that 7.5 inch. So clever.
This pattern, actually, all these strips were 4 inches, but then the side strips were 3.5.
So you'd cut that on the 3.5.
So flip
perfect.
I was using a Creative Grids,
Love it.
Yeah.
So handy to have, and it's got, of course, that non-slip grip in there, which they are renowned for. When you can afford it, grab your Creative Grids because.
An interesting point you've just said about giving the centimetres. A lady came up to me at Malvern to say hi, and lots of ladies came to say how much they're enjoying the show, by the way. But she said, you know, it's unless something's got centimetres on it. So that doesn't have centimetres on it. Apparently, you don't have to mention that it's got centimetres on it, because she said it's very confusing.
Oh no, we're regulated in a different way.
Okay.
We have to.
Because I said it's to do with regulation, and she said no, you don't have to unless it's got it on it.
Shopping TV regulations, we do.
There you go.
But yeah, that's why I'll always make the point. It's inches only on that.
I was going to say because it's confusing.
I'll always tell you. Don't you worry.
Cool.
Angie, this has been lovely. Thank you so much. I'm going to go and show you the kit in its full entirety over there. I'm going to take the bag and I'll see you. I'm just going to see you in an hour's time.
You are.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I'll see you in an hour.
You're welcome.
Here we go. Now then, what shall we look at first? Let's have a look at the tilde, which is here. Now, these are your tilde fat quarters. Just ridiculously gorgeous. This is the blue bundle. If you want it in the teal, green or red, look on the website. But this is all of the blue range out of the circus range. Now that surely is one of the most beautiful things you ever think. Just gorgeous, absolute gorgeous. So here are the colourways. Look at this. $19.95 gives you these. And they are lovely. You've got everything that you need for your quilting in here. You've got big prints, medium prints, ditzy prints, and an elephant. All in there for $19.95. KLGQ27. Of course, if you're just building up your Tilda stash, then this is going to fit in an absolute treat. Unashamedly beautiful, as Tilda invariably is, and rather quirky as well, which I absolutely love. So that is your Tilda in blue. Now, other options for you. Tula pink, yeah, comes like that. But let me give you an idea of some of the things that are in there, because they are just super lovely. The colourways exquisite, the patterns just divine. It is a veritable feast and riot of colour in with your Tula pink. You've got everything from simple little ladybirds to gorgeous gusty windy fabrics to your geometrics in there. So $89.95 for that, absolutely stunning, and all the colours that you need. Do check out your baskets, make sure that you've got everything that you need, and make sure that you've grabbed, of course, your bundle so that you can get making those bags straight away. $34.45 for that. Next up, we're dealing with all of your haberdashery, or tasherdashery, as we like to call it. Bye-bye.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for The Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
There are many different ways you can buy from us here at The Sewing Quarter. You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom-cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step.
The Sewing Quarter website is simple and easy to use. You can view a live broadcast of the show on our homepage. Get instant access to our online shop, which has a wide range of wonderful products for you to choose from. You can also enjoy a selection of projects and guides which we have on offer to help you enhance your skills and gain valuable tips. Watch the live shows and you can buy the product which is currently being shown on air. You can even message the studio to ask our presenters or team any questions you might have. Below, you'll find all the products from today's show for you to look at and purchase. On the right of the screen, next to today's products, you will find our simple program guide listing all upcoming shows. So, join us today at sewingquarter.com.
Are you looking to perfect your patchworking skills? Tune in on Friday the 16th of June when Lucy Brennan will bring us a masterclass in using pre-cut fabric. With the Happy Hexies book on hand for inspiration, Lucy will show us how to make a fabulous flower motif and demonstrate a variety of exciting ways to work with hexies. Featuring fabrics from designers Kay Fassett and Denise Schmidt, this unmissable hour will leave you with plenty of new tricks up your sleeve and some fabulous new additions to your fabric stash. So join us for this Hexie Masterclass on Friday the 16th of June at 9 a.m. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
Follow us on Pinterest. Search for our Sewing Quarter page and follow us to discover sewing work we create and love. Hello, welcome back. Now this hour we've got some brand new products for you. We know that you love a gadget, so we search the land high and low to bring you gadgety goodness. We got that for you this hour, gadgety goodness. It is your sewing room secrets. Oh yes, all of those tricks of the trade that the professionals are using to get that great quality finish. Now, first off, circles. Circles, the bane of everyone's life, but no more, because look at this, brand new. Ooh, yes. What is it? What is it, I hear you say? What is it? It's a circle cutter. And it's brand new. It's kind of a cross between something that I'd find in my dad's workroom and protractors we used to use at school. So this is how you use it. You've got under here, if I just pull that little protective cap off, you've got there a pointy bit. That's going to be your central swivel point. Very technical. Just going to pop the lid back on there. You can see on the gauge along here, you've got, if I just undo that, centimetres to measure on the bottom, inches on the top there. And that will give you your radius. Okay, so from that point to this here, which is your blade here, that is going to be your radius, which you can either use the gauge to mark or you can use your cutting mat or whatever to mark off the size of your radius. So that's half the circle, okay? Double it to get your diameter of the circle if you know what your diameter is. So if I just pop that there, do that up there, tighten that, that's not going anywhere. This is my handle to help me swivel things around. But why, how, what, how, why, I hear you saying. Are you ready for this? Squeeze in, pull up. Hello, 18mm blade. There you are. Yeah. So, now, let me get some of my fabric here. Now, what you might want to do is just put a weight on it so that the fabric doesn't move. Take off that, pin in there, okay? That is going to hold your fabric down in place. And then, just like you used to at school, just go around, cut around, just press it in. Oh, missed a little bit there. You have to realise I'm doing this back to front, upside down and around the wrong way. But all you need to do, whee, and, upside down, back to front. But generally that's cut it. If you do miss any bits, just put your little bit back in there and just go back round. And that's just because I'm doing it back to front, upside down. There we go. Oh, But you can see that central point, so you can always go back in if you've missed any little bits. But there you go. That is your circle cut. Done. Cut. Do you want a smaller one or a bigger one? Put your, of course, cover up your blade. If you want a smaller one, then off you go. Pop that in there. And oh, helps if I actually unleash the blade. That's going to help. Round you go. Well, am I meant to use the handle? Ah. Oh yeah, that's easier if I actually use the handle. There you go. That was easier. Helps if I actually do like it says in the instructions. Hold the handle. And so then you've got, what I like about this, now you know that I love a circle cutter. You know I do. I'm a sucker for a circle cutter. And they all have different functionality. For me, with this one, it's the fact that you've got that gauge, so you can get the circle any size that you want. Now this is going to go from, I think it's like a 2-inch circle up to, did we say it was a 9-inch circle? I think this went to. So 4 centimeters to 22 centimeters in diameter. Okay. So you don't have to fold your fabric with this one. This is just going to do your full circle. So if you're, I don't know, doing a quilt that requires a circle cutting out from the middle of it, you can do it straight from the middle of that fabric. You can also, of course, do any size that you want. There's no prescribed size given for you. It's completely up to you because you've got that sliding gauge. It's entirely up to you where you want to do that. And yeah, I mean, I got my hands on this morning, so I'll refine my technique. But that was what, the 3rd thing I'd ever cut. I think I cut one thing before. Can I cut another thing because it's a bit addictive? One more thing. So in it goes. Pop that in. This is where having a cutting mat, of course, you want to have your cutting mat. Put that in. Now hold the handle. That's it. Hold the handle and off you go around. That's better. And of course, because you've got it nicely, there we go. La 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 la, all cut, good as gold. Lovely, look at that, nice. Oh, I do like a circle cutter. And then put your blade down and pop that away. And of course, if you're doing any workshops anywhere, then of course that's really handy to take with you if you want to be able to circle cut on the go, or just if storage is an issue. You know, it's a tidy little, neat little thing to just have. 22.95 NQPH91. Any circle, any time. I like that. Now, another brand new item, which I love as well, is, let's pop that in there. Magnifying glass with tweezers. Not to get out that annoying chin hair, don't worry. This is for your work. So let's take all the protective bits and bobs off here. They must be sharp. You know they're sharp when you get fresh out the packet, you see. Properly fresh out the packet. So, I don't know the best way to show you this, actually. There are your tweezers. There we go. So for that thread, how many of you have said, oh, my eyes, they're not quite what they were, my eyes. I just can't thread a needle anymore. Well, you know, there you go. You've got your magnifying glass and your tweezers. That is fab. That's brilliant. $5.45. Yeah, that's all you're paying for that. Practically free, says our director. $5.45 for that natty piece of kit. And then it just locks into there. That's 4 times magnification on that glass. That's excellent. That's really good. And tucks away nice and neat as well. All of these things are just going to sit into your work box really nicely. So JRPH67, that is brilliant. For any of those threading needs. Or even you don't have to use the tweezers with it. You can just use it just to just to check things. I like that. So yeah, the tweezers fold out. So then you see you can just adjust it to wherever you need it to be. It's like, right, so it adjusts for your eyes. So I need it there, but someone that maybe needs it magnified a bit more might want it out a little bit more. And that's great. That's really, and it's just, because that's all attached, you're not having to try and hold two things. It's just the one. So you just get about your business there with your tweezers, but you can see it all beautifully there. I like this. I like this a lot. £5.45. Brand new today. And look, I mean, look, these two little things, you can pop that. You know, in the top of your workbox, you've always got that flat sort of tray. They're just going to sit in that tray, aren't they? Really nicely. Oh, you see now, look what they've done. On the photo on the packaging, they've got it with the tweezers picking out those little bits that you've just unpicked. That's what they've got with it. But it's, for me, it's threading needles and things like that. Fabulous piece of kit. I might even put it back in the packet. Look at me, getting all tidy. And then another thing that you keep asking us for, so we thought we'd get them for you. Pins, glass-headed pins. Now, of course, if you are using I'm opening these. I'm so opening these. If you're using glass-headed pins, you can iron them. That's the joy of them. Whereas if you're using plastic-headed pins, don't iron. Don't do that because it'll melt. But your glass-headed pins, and you're getting, here we go, 43. Bright yellow, so you're not going to lose them in your fabric. Lovely long pins with those glass heads on. You'll see us use these an awful lot. Our guests often request these, so that's another reason that we buy them in as well. £5.45 for those as well. First time we've brought these to air. 43 0.6 millimetres. There's 20 grams of pins in there. Nice. And you're not going to lose them. You see, this is how sad I am. I have different pin cushions for different types of pins. That's what happens in my household. And then if I try and remember, that's how they start out anyway. And then they got messed up. Now, talking of ironing, because obviously you can iron those pins, but take a look at this. Because finally, the ironing sheet to end all ironing sheets has occurred. We'll get you the right thing to look at in a minute. Here we go. Look at this! So we've got an ironing sheet. Now you can just sit your sewing machine on it if you want, but an ironing sheet with a centimetre grid on so that you can iron the absolute perfect centimetre seam allowance. Yes, 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 and it's got pockets so it can sit on your work desk over the edge. You can put all your little bits and bobs in it. You can have your pin cushion. It's even got a built-in pin cushion. You've got a detachable cloth bag there as well. You've got little organisers. It's brilliant. This is an absolutely fabulous piece of kit. That's what it's looking like. This is what it's looking like on my desk. $33.95. Now, underneath, you can, it's like your normal shiny ironing type surface. But you can, if you want to use that, you can just flip it over and use that. But on here, and this is what it's all about for me, look, I'm going to bring this over so that we can get this. Ha-ha! So this is going to sit on the edge of your table. In some of the pictures, they put the sewing machine on top, then you move your sewing machine, but this, you can iron onto this. I was thinking about this the other day, wondering why nobody had done it. So, when you want to iron that centimetre, if you're dressmaking, and you want to iron a centimetre seam, then you've got it. You can line it all up. and then just iron it, and it's done. Use your grid. You've also got your angles, 30, 45, 60 degrees, 90 degrees, obviously through there. It's really, really handy. So you've got all of your centimetres there, and then you see that's going to sit over the side of your desk. Then over the side of your desk, will you be able to see that if I swing it over the side over here? I don't know. Not really. But it does. What, shall I do it over the front? Ha-ha! There, look at that. So then you've got all of your little pockets. And in your little pockets, I'm going to fill the pockets and then slide them over the front. So I might put my new circle cutter in there. This is a pin cushion, by the way. Pop all your pins in there. Pop a few pins in there. Da, 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 da. Really handy, and of course you could just have your sewing machine on top if you wanted it, because you could just use that to measure. You don't have to iron on it, or if you want to just save half of it for ironing, you can put your machine on half and then have this just to iron every time you need. You've got that. I might want to pop my little magnifying glass in that pocket there. I've got this for, I don't know, maybe my thread box. Ooh. I haven't looked at those, so I'll have a look at those in a minute. I'm coming over the edge. Woohoo! How handy is that? That's super handy. So all those things you can then have to hand. Iron, 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 sew, sew, sew. Sorted, done. I like this. I'm very impressed with this. $33.95. Our ironing sheets, you always ask where we get those from. Now you can have, to my mind, one that's even better. Producer Paul's never seen this before. He had a couple of days off. How dare he? But he did. But isn't that brilliant? So you've got sorting loops as well. Do you want to see that bag on there, by the way, is removable. The one on the left-hand side with the tape measure hanging out. It's all on Velcro. So, you know, you can... Here we go, look, this bag here, whoop, it's removable. And then everything that you've got in there, great, take wherever you need to go. And then just Velcro it back on. Ta-da! You've got little loops there. They call them sorting loops. Maybe you want to hang your scissors through there. Don't know, be careful if you're doing that. I do like this. Now, you see, I would be putting my sewing machine on that bit, and then I'd be ironing on that bit. Well, I don't know, it's difficult, isn't it, to decide how to use it. But it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. $33.95, SDPH34. Lots of you going crazy for this. We launched this on the weekend. Whew, so busy. I like. Now, thread bundle. We love a thread bundle. Do you want to go rainbow first? Here we go, as they're here. Ba, 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 ba. Every rainbow. So 700 meters of Gutermann thread. £12.60. Now, I was told that when Gutermann make their threads, they're one of the only manufacturers that do this, they extract the lint during the making process. So you'll notice if you use Gutermann thread a lot, there's not the lint buildup that you get with your machine because of how they're manufactured, as they're spun. So they are a lovely, lovely one to use because you don't get the mess with them. Lovely, good quality threads. Gutermann obviously have a great name in the market and they are lovely to just have in your stash. All those colours ready to go. £12.60, plus they're going to look amazing. XJGC26. So, for example, if you need somewhere to store them, say you're going off to a workshop or something, we've got a couple of options for you. We've got the 18 spool holder. It's all about the storage today. There you go. So they sit in an absolute treat there. So for me, this is a workshop one. If you're going off to a workshop, just pop your spools in there. You've got the lid, so they're going to arrive exactly as you left them. Brilliant, love this, just £5.45. Now, we've also got some other threads as well. These are your essentials. So 700 meters again, but in here you've got a white, now look, hang on, I can graduate these and make these look pretty. So you've got white, cream and a sort of beige in there, but you've also got your blues, really handy blues in there, and your browns. So these are all your essentials, and they're £12.60 again, 700 meters of Gutermann thread. BTGC 97 for those. They're not beautiful like the rainbow ones. The rainbow ones are incredibly beautiful, but these are the ones that we use. These are our workhorse ones. These are the ones that we use day in, day out, that quite frankly, you don't ever want to run out of. So don't. So they're essentials. That's why we've called them the essentials. So where am I going to put my essentials? It's back in stock, everybody. Whoop, 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 whoop. This is your, 27 thread one. Fab. In they go. Ba-ba-da-ba. Yay! 27 threads stored absolutely fabulously. Thank you very much. So whether you want to go for the 18 or you're going for the 27, that's your threads stored. They're not going to get dusty. They're not going to get dirty. They are going to stay exactly where you put them. They can fit in your drawer. They can fit on the shelf. They can fit in your bag when you're heading off to workshops. But there they are. So it doesn't matter. You can put them in a bag. They're going to stay exactly where they were, where you put them. Fab. £6.45. Yes. But maybe if you're like me and you like to have them absolutely to hand, threads not included, we've got our 60 spool rack. This just always reminds me of like an American gymnasium where they have the banked seating. 60 spools to hand. I have mine in rainbow order at home. I'm not going to lie. I have them in spool size and rainbow order. That's how sad I am. It's how I like it. It's fine. It's my work group. I can have it as I want. But this is fab because then they are all there to hand. Grab, 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 whichever one you want. You can fit big spools on, little spools, anything you like. £19.95. MBGQ43. Hey, I tell you what, Producer Paul, we don't need those bobbins on there anymore because we had the bobbin box on the earlier show, didn't we? So if you grabbed your bobbin box earlier, pop your bobbins on there and more room for spools. There we go. If you saw 8 o'clock, then you know that we had some stunning fabrics. Let's go. Because lots of you have been asking, some of you, you've had to do like the school run and stuff. It eats into that 8 o'clock show, doesn't it? Do you think teachers are going to start getting a bit suspicious when you're dropping your kids off at 7:30 so that you're back in time for the 8 o'clock? Now, Nautical Strawberries has proved incredibly popular this hour. This is your linen look fabric. It's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. You can wash it at 30 degrees. It's got a much bigger weave than the normal cotton that we bring to you. So it's got that rustic feel to it. Perfect for your craft projects, for making your crafty boxes, bags, things like that. All sorts. It's just a really lovely fabric to work with. Absolutely gorgeous. Do you want to see it? Yeah. Because when you get this, you can buy this by the ½ metre, which means that you can buy as much of it as you want. Outdoor cushions, bean bags, things like that. It's going to really lend itself to. When I make bean bags, this is the type of material that I make it out of. And my son does love a bean bag because it's thicker than your normal cotton and more durable. So £4.95 for your Strawberries Nautical fabric. TMFG54. If you wanted 2 metres, just put 4 in the quantity box. And off you go. That would be a lot of this fabric. Do you want to have a look at the stripes? Whee! We're just going to check the stock of the stripes. Oh, let's just check how much there is left, because I don't want to be, you know, telling you we've got stuff if we haven't. But basically, the hearts and the stripes, if we've got stock of them left, we'll just double check. Oh, we've got 10 meters of the stripe left. That's it, that's all we've got left. Gosh, we bought you a lot of that as well. Well done. This was one of the favourite ones from the earlier show. Look at this. Lots of you multi-buying on this. Stripes, ticking, whatever you want to call it. Imagine your garden chairs with this on it. It's got that fabulous summer feel to it. So again, linen look, this is a thicker fabric than just your plain cotton. This is linen look, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. £4.95, LQFG70. I love it. There's no two ways about it. It's just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And really easy to work with as well. You might want to zigzag the edges. That's what I do with it, just zigzag the edges, stop it from fraying. But then look at this. Oh, we've had messages as well. We'll do that when we get over there, but look at this. So the hearts go beautifully with the stripes. So again, if you're two-toning everything, maybe you want reversible cushions, or for me, you see, you might want to do hearts on the top of a beanbag, stripes around the side. But the heart's really gorgeous, £4.95. I think it's fab. Oh, now, there's no reason you can't pop some wadding on that and make it into sort of dog beds, dog coats. Dog beds, yes, because it's that more durable fabric. Love it. Very nice. PCFG87, £4.95. I'm taking this natty little thing with me and going over here because have we had messages about the ironing sheets? What would you like to know about the ironing sheets, Producer Paul? Will they tell us something? Oh, hang on. Leslie in Derbyshire says, "Morning, Natasha." Oh no, that was the Odecoat rick-rack. Oh, Marcia, Merseyside Marcia. Good morning, Merseyside Marcia. She says, the big bag with Velcro is a thread catcher. Nice. Yes. Yeah, it absolutely can be. So you see then when it's over the side, absolutely you can put all your threads in there. That's really handy. Oh yeah, we put tape measure on ours. But yeah, you can pop all your goodies in there. And Anne in Cheshire says the removable pocket at the end of the mat is for collecting your bits of cuttings, threads, etc. and removable to empty. Nice. Perfect. Yes. Da-da-da-da. All your goodies along there, and then there's your removable bag full of your threads and your scraps. Empty it out. Job done. Handy, of course it is. That's great to have there. Yes. So you can iron on this. You can actually just have this as a mat for your sewing machine to be on if you want, and then just iron on part of it. You've got pockets and sorters all the way along here. You can pop all your bits and bobs in there. And then you've got a pin cushion on the end. Pop your scissors through the loop. You're done. It's a great piece of kit. On the other side is, there you go, what you'd normally think to iron on. But here you've got your grid, and this is perfect for making sure that you iron your perfect seams. I think it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yes. Everyone should have one. Now, what would you like to look at next? Circle cutter. Here we go. Right, let me talk you through where everything is on the circle cutter. This is a brand new today circle cutter. So underneath this little thing here, you've got your point. So if you ever did maths at school and you used to have to draw your circles, it's like that. So it's basically just like your compass. Now here, when you squeeze these two bits together, look, that's just revealed the blade. So cover the blade, reveal the blade. Cover the blade, reveal it. Cover, reveal. Haha, what an itty-bitty little blade that is. 18mm that is. And if you just unscrew that, then you can replace it really easily, as we discovered earlier. Let's just do that up. Right, now then, on the gauge, let me find some fabric. Ooh, cutting up a bit of tilde. You've got, along here, inches and centimetres. Top is inches, bottom is centimetres. It goes up to 22 centimetres in diameter. And the smallest is, I think, 4 centimetres. Let's do a little one there. There we go. So release the blade, take that off, put it on there, and then hold the handle. There you go. Ba, 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 ba. Round you go. You can hear it cutting as it goes. Cut, cut, cut. Round it goes. Woohoo! There you go. And round it cuts. There you go. That's it. Cut. If you want to go around again, you can. So if you want to make sure, so if you've got, because you've got that central bit there, you're not having to take it away. If you've missed a little bit, it doesn't matter because you've always got it sat in there. So you can, there you go. So that is your circle cut. All done. Aha! Do you want to see a bigger circle? Let's cut a bigger circle. If you want to weight your fabric down, that helps as well. Cover your blade, make it bigger. Is that going to be? There we go. And that's nice. So work on a cutting mat, push that in there, and then around you go. Whee! Woohoo! Round you go. Cut. One thread. There we go. Perfect circle. Whatever size you want. Cover your blade. Because you've got that sliding gauge. I like this. I only got my hands on this morning. So I'm new to this as well, working out how it works with you. But I'm going to cut another of those. I like this. I like this a lot. So push that into the mat. What happens if I just hold that then? Is that the way to do it? Is that an easier way to? Oh, that's easier. Oh, look at that. Why didn't I always do it like that? Oh, that's much easier. Okay, so the key is stick it well into your mat. That's the key. Look, we'll find all these little tips and hints out for you, and so you don't have to. There you go. Stick it into your mat. I wasn't being... There you go. Stick it into your mat, and that's much easier. Oh, that's much easier. Another one. Another one. I'm going to do a smaller one. So I close my blade off. Move that. It will become second nature. Producer Paul gets very upset if I leave a blade open. Always close the blade. I'm going to go, okay, I'm going to see if I can fussy cut. So I'm going to go push that into the middle there, and then it stands up. You see, I was trying to hold it up as well. No, that's why you've got the pointy bit. And then you've got the twizzly. That's why the bit on the top twizzles. Oh, that makes more sense. And around you go. If you want to weight your fabric down, then do that as well. Yay! That's it, done. And look, oh, cover my blade, cover my pointy thing. Look, because then you can fussy cut out from exactly the bit that you like. I like that. Now, compass quilts, bases of bags, fabric yo-yos, whatever that is, all those sorts of things. Oh, well, I'm glad we got to the bottom of how to do that really easily. Yeah! I want to do more. Not allowed. Not yet. I like that. 22.95. NQPH 91. Most popular thing this hour. I'm going to say magnifying glass. Yay! First thing I thought, ladies, was, can I get that, you know, that annoying hair? It's not that sort of tweet. Actually, I don't know if you could. Maybe you could. But this is it. 4 times magnification. I don't know if how well you can see that. There you go. 4 times magnification for that pesky thread. That's good, isn't it? I do like that. So I was going to say the tweezers are nice and thin. Obviously, they're magnified 4 times there, so not looking as thin as they actually are in real life. But yeah, nice, accurate tweezers there, so you can really get in, get those threads, thread that needle. Just where your eyesight's a bit like meh, then get that. That's absolutely fab. There you go. You can see how thin they are there. Quite sharp as well, so that you can absolutely get in. And you're never going to lose them because it comes as one whole thing. So it just then slots into there like that. So easy to just store. Keep it there. For £5.45, that's a great price for saving your eyesight. You know, it saves you squinting, doesn't it? If you're struggling to see those threads, then that's the one. Boop, boop. I like. Let me show you. I'm just trying to see how there. Oh yeah. Look at that. That's brilliant. £5.45. Brand new today, by the way. We've not brought this to wear before. JRPH 67. Get those pesky threads. Get them, get them, get them. And then, of course, yeah, you can look. So when you've unpicked something and you want to get all the threads out, that's what they're using it with. Maybe you just want to check your stitching. Maybe, you know, maybe your tension's playing up on your sewing machine. You just want to have a look at those stitches. Then you can. Because it's got 4 times magnification on here. Brand new today. Yeah. Have a look at patterns in more detail. I like this a lot. It's good, isn't it? £5.45. JRPH 67. It's one of those handy pieces of kit. You know, if you're not quite sure what to get Nan for her birthday because she's got everything, a little something like that is always handy. It's a little add to your basket order, isn't it? It's just to pop it in there. You'll be really pleased that you've got it. And little gadgets like this, always great for birthday presents, Christmas presents, things like that. Mother's Day present when that comes out, all those sorts of things. Absolutely great. Just the most useful of useful things. And one of those things that when you've got it, you go, how did I ever manage without that? Like, how did I ever manage? No clue. How did I manage? Oh, the gauge, if we're talking useful things. Right, now then, this is the Nancy Zyman 5-in-1 gauge. It's a natty little piece of kit. Ooh, what does it do? What does it do, I hear you ask? Well, get my fabric. Where did my pen go? Oh, where did my fabric pen go? Oh, can we ask... Oh, we're on it. There we go. Let me show you anyway. Down this side here, from that straight line along here, all the way down this side here, that's 0, that goes up to 6 inches. Then we start here, this is 0, and this side then goes the other way up to 6 inches there. This, when you push down, then you'll see all these little markers down here will click off at every 1/8 of an inch increment. So we're getting very, very accurate with this. So if you want maybe to do your buttonholes every inch, then you would just move that up so that that green line there is in line with the 1 inch. And then, oh, what colour have I got there? Green. So I want to mark off my buttonholes. Then I would mark there and there, and then move it down, line that up, mark it off again. So I'm getting equally spaced buttonholes. Can you see those? Can you see there? So really handy for your dressmaking. There you go. 1, 2, 3. All beautifully marked off at an inch increment. Now, maybe what you're wanting to do, I could do with some dark fabric actually to show this pen, if we've got any dark fabric lying around. Because this is all sort of the same colour as the pen. This here, let me just show you these. These are a handy 1/4 inch width, 1/4 inch, 1/4 inch, and then if you include that gap in the middle, the width from there to there, 5/8 of an inch. So that's always really handy to have. And then if you want to line up your seams, when you're doing your seams, you can either line them up and mark them off with your fabric pen, like that, or you can fold it and line it up, and then you see you'd fold it there at whatever amount you wanted. Line it up. Is that all lined up? Yes. Beautiful. Pin. Move on. Is that all lined up? Yes. Pin. Really, really handy. And there are lots of tutorials on YouTube as to how to use all of that functionality, which is just fab. So this, and then of course you can also draw your circles with this as well, which is great. You've got a little hole, if I hold that there, can you see that little hole in there? You just pop your pencil, get something like that, pop your pencil in there, hold that on your fabric, pencil in there, and swivel it around. So that if you're marking off a circle, then you can do that. Just pop your pen in there and mark it around on your fabric. Or you can pop your pin in there and hold that as well. Oh look, some dark fabric has arrived. Excellent. Just need a corner. Just need a corner. So yeah, when I was marking off my seam allowance, you can edge that up there and then mark it along there if you're doing it for a guide. You see, so it's just brilliant. And then you can either pin that or hold that there, pop your pen in there, and then you can mark off your circle. Can you see that circle mark coming around there? And that's how you use this. It's got so many different, well, 5 in 1 for a start. Now, let's get rid of all of those. Now, so that's that. Spool holder, 60, yes please, 19.95 for your 60 spool holder rack. It's one of those real handy things. Everything, it looks great for a start. Spools not included, obviously, but we've got spools for you. 19.95, and then you've got them all there. This one is the one that we actually have backstage. So these are the spools that we just have as a quick reference. I'm dying to get my hands on it and put it in a lovely, neat order. But this is just as it came from backstage. It's like, right, there it is. But we love it that much that, look, this is more what mine looks like up here. And it makes me happy. But it sits on your shelf, beautifully, looking lovely. It does look great. Gorgeous colours, and it just shows you exactly what you've got and shows you when you're running out and you need to stock any more. It's not too deep, so it is going to sit on your shelves very happily. These lock down, so it does. If you ever need to move house or move workrooms, it does just fold flat. So if you want it flat, you can have that there. If you would like to have that flat as well. So you can have that and then just lift up, and then you can lock out those legs. Lock out those legs. Sounds like doing a workout class, doesn't it? There we go. So it's up to you if you want to have it flat or if you want to have it on your shelf like that. It's really easy either way. I wonder, in some deep drawers, is that going to fit in a set of drawers? Could you imagine just pulling out your drawer and all of those coming out like that? That would be amazing. Yes. Nearly lost it. It's quite slippery. Be careful. Health and safety as I send 60 spools everywhere. 27. More manageable for me, obviously. I'm not going to throw this around the set. Threads come separately. They are our essential range of threads. But we've put them in here to show you how brilliant these are. Now, another question that we get asked, can we also fit in other sizes? Yes, you can. So you can fit in those bigger size spools as well. So don't worry about those. Those fit in as well. And then you pop your lid on and off you go to your workshop. Off you go. Which I think is fab, because then, look, they arrive exactly the order that you put them in. Perfect. So that's your 27 spool rack. What I don't know is I just don't know if you can stack those. That's something that I'd like to find out. But either way, it's great. See through, you can see exactly where they are. If you're like me, you have animals and a bit of dust in your house, they're not getting dusty. So they're keeping your threads nice. Maybe you've got rayon threads, things like that, if you embroider, that you want to stay absolutely mint, then keep them in a nice little box like this. £6.45 CUGQ 63. Now the threads inside are our essential Gutermann thread range. You've got your browns, your blues, and all of those neutrals in there. 700 metres, 100 metres of each, and it's coming in at £12.60. BTGC 97. It's the most useful range of colours because you're going to use these day in, day out. You don't want to get halfway through a project and then run out. And I love that we've got the white, the cream, and the beige, because getting that colour right, it's just another little professional finish, isn't it? Just makes it look just nice. Now, of course, if you're after rainbow, we've got rainbow. These, do you want these out of here? Rainbow. This is a great one. Get your spool holders and then start with your rainbow collection. All 700 metres there, coming to you for £12.60 again. Yes. If you're me, then when you get a collection like this, you then get your bobbins and you wind off all your bobbins as well. And then you have it all looking lovely. £12.60 for all the colours. XJGC 26. We've done you recently lots of lovely rainbow fabrics. If you've just bought the beautiful fat quarter bundle, the 20 fat, the Tula pink, then this is the thread pack to go for, because then you've got all the colours in that fat quarter bundle, and then you've got all the colours here. La. Makes me want to sing, it's so pretty. £12.60, XJGC 26. Pop it in your spool box. This one for me is all about going off to workshops. I think this is just a handy one just to keep your essential colours in there. 18 threads. Actually, that is a lot of thread, isn't it? 18 threads. And then you've got it all safe and sound. Take it to your workshop, it arrives as it did. Or if you're just keeping them clean, tidy, out of the way, in the cupboard, and you just know that they're going to be safe, they're not going to unravel. Yay! £5.45. You would be amazed, actually, the number of our guests who go, oh, I really need one of those. You would not want to look at my thread. It's a mess. How much time do you waste trying to unravel and how much thread do you waste by having to sort of cut knotted bits out? Keep them neat and tidy. Stored away. What's the most popular thing? The tweezers. Do you want to see the tweezers? Brand new today. We've got a couple of brand new today items. I'm going to show you the tweezers and then we're going to have a look at that circle cutter. Now I've worked out how to use it properly. Here we go. These are your tweezers. They are £5.45. Now, okay, this is the joy of Sewing Quarter. Firstly, we bring you these natty little things, which are just fab. 4 times magnification on that. But say you bought something gorgeous from an earlier show, other places you'd have to pay more postage to then buy this. Not here. You can check out your baskets as many times as you like throughout the day, and we only ever charge you £2.95 per day for your postage. That's good. That's amazing. So, maybe you've just got to have the tweezers, but you've already bought something. Don't worry. Just pop it in your basket, check it out, and it'll all be sorted out at midnight. Amazing. Very handy that. Even if it's just to see that thread, is my sewing machine sewing that properly? Yes, it is. Never mind the unpicking bit or anything else that you might need to do with that. Brilliant piece of kit, £5.45. Now, the other brilliant piece of kit is the circle cutter. Now, you can see that actually already I'm learning with this circle cutter. And I'm making mistakes so that you don't have to. But now, yeah, let's show this. So let's try it on some denim. Let's do that. So in case you've missed this, you've got your pointy end there, brand new premiere today, pointy end there, sliding gauge here, you've got inches at the top, centimetres at the bottom. You've got your handle there, and the blade is there. So when I squeeze that together and lift, that reveals an iddly biddly 18mm blade. So I'm going to pop that right in the middle of that triangle there. Push that down so that it stands up on its own. That's the key, because otherwise, like me earlier, it looked awkward because I was trying to hold that. I didn't need to. Okay, just have confidence in it. And then just cut. Actually, I'm going to come towards me. That's not anything that you normally hear with a cutter, is it? And round it goes. Round it goes, easy as you like. Blade away. Done. Through denim. And this is the joy of it. Look, you see, you can pick which bit. The more I use this, the more I love it. Well, that's just it, isn't it? It's fussy cutting in circular form. Who knew? Who knew? Brilliant. Did I cut into all that Tula pink? Because I'm going to cut another circle. I'm going to fussy cut that rose, because now I realise that I can. Now I've worked out how to use this. Let's see. Let's try. I don't know if I need to do this out of a larger piece of fabric or not. We will soon find out, won't we? Here we go. So I'm going to find the centre of my rose there, push that in there, and around, round we go. Bink, 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 bink. Yeah, there's just a little thread there. But just chop that little thread and you can fussy cut. Yay! I like this. I like this a lot. If you want to weight your fabric down, then do. But look, we've cut all sorts of circles. Love it. And of course, the beauty of it is that you decide how big you want that circle to be. Lovely. Yay! Now, if you want to get in touch this hour or any hour, head to that website. When you head to the website, you go to watch. You can view us live, and then underneath there is message the studio. And then, so you can send us a message. If you've got lots to say, a couple of you have had lots to say this morning, and then just sort of cut off mid-sentence. Then email us, which is studio@sewingquarter.com. And then underneath, there's a list of all of the fabrics and everything else that we've had on the show today. Hurrah! Now, there's still some of the Spectrum Solids. Oh, beautiful. Only a couple left of those. So if you wanted those, and they are a gorgeous match with the stripes and the hearts, then that's absolutely perfect. Really lovely. That Rick Rack. We had a wine rack in there, a Rick Rack wine rack in there as well. That was brand new today. Tilda Fat Quarters in blue. Oh, the tulip pink and the rainbow. You need the matching thread for that. Gorgeous. It's all there. All there. You know that repositionable spray that we just saw as well? That's relatively new as well. Really handy. Very handy. All the gadgets and gizmos that just make life easier for you. What are we looking at again, sorry? Oh, the ironing sheet one more time. I was just going to stand. Let's stand up there. Now, lots of you going for this crazy object. Love it. It is... Well, it's an ironing sheet, but so much more. And of course look, here we go. So then you've got your pockets and everything on the side here. So this is a removable pocket here. Lots of you saying, that's a thread catcher, Tash. Yeah, it can be. Or you can pop anything else in there. Pop a few sweets in there, wherever you like. You've got other little pockets here that you can pop things in. And then on the end here, look, you've got a little pin cushion. So that sits over the edge of your desk like that. Then this is your ironing board. You can either sit your sewing machine on here as well, but it's got centimetre grids on here. You've got all of your angles as well for marking out goodness knows everything. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You've got 30 degrees, 45 degrees, 60 degrees, and then you've got a whole grid in centimetres. This is a fabulous piece of kit. Got that perfectly ironed seam. So 50 by 92 centimetres. Oh, just brilliant. Absolutely love it. So grab this. This hour's all been about those useful little things, so that then when we get sewing, it's a pleasurable situation, because we've got everything that we need to make everything easy. So, talking of lovely things, Angela is going to be back next with the most beautiful quilt. So join us in just one moment. We're going to be back. Grab yourself a cuppa with a gorgeous, gorgeous quilt after the break. See you in just a couple of minutes.
Join us on Facebook. Simply search for the Sewing Quarter and like our page for the latest news and more.
Are you looking to perfect your patchworking skills? Tune in on Friday the 16th of June when Lucy Brennan will bring us a masterclass in using pre-cut fabric. With the Happy Hexies book on hand for inspiration, Lucy will show us how to make a fabulous flower motif and demonstrate a variety of exciting ways to work with hexies. Featuring fabrics from designers Kay Fassett and Denise Schmidt, this unmissable hour will leave you with plenty of new tricks up your sleeve and some fabulous new additions to your fabric stash. So join us for this Hexie Masterclass on Friday the 16th of June at 9 a.m. only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78. It's easy to buy the products you see on our shows. To buy any of the items featured on today's programmes, just head over to our website www.sewingquarter.com. Click on the video stream and you'll be taken to our watch page. Here you'll find the product that is on air right now at the top of the page. Beneath that, you'll find all the products demonstrated in this morning's shows. To add an item to your basket, simply log into your account or register with us. Then you can either check out or keep shopping. Remember, our flat rate delivery charge lets you shop all day and check out as many times as you like and only pay once for postage and packing. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Tune in on Thursday the 15th of June when the lovely Victoria Peat will make her long-awaited return to Sewing Quarter. Victoria will be showcasing her very own tote bag, which has been brought back by popular demand. The kit comes complete with everything you need to make the bag, including instructions, patterns, and fabulously fun fabric to create a beautiful summer bag fit for boardwalk or beach. So make sure not to miss Victoria on her return to Sewing Quarter on Thursday the 15th of June at 11 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @Sewing Quarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Welcome back to our very last live hour here at Sewing Quarter. Now, I've got to show you what we're making this hour. Look at this. Isn't that just stunning? Absolutely gorgeous. Fresh, modern, beautiful. Just that fabric is just divine. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Showcasing those fabric strips exquisitely. Now, this is Amy Butler that we've used on here. Well, her fabrics, not actually Amy Butler. We've got a choice for you, though. Gorgeous. Now, it's coming in a kit so that you get everything that you need. So, to make this quilt, you get the entire Amy Butler fabric strip roll. You get 2 meters of your bright white, 2 meters of your backing. You get a green thread as well. You get 4 packets of your Bonder web for those circles, and you get the book that it all came out of, and you get your wadding. So again, what we do so well here is to kit things so that you don't have to leave your door. Once you start sewing, you've got everything that you need to make that kit. So to recap, you're getting 2 meters of your green backing fabric, 2 meters of that lovely white for the front. 2 meters, it's a lot of fabric there. You even get your green thread. You're getting your wadding in there, and of course, your gorgeous jelly roll, fabric strips, whatever you want to call them, all in there, and 4 packets of your Bonder web, and the book, which is where all of the inspiration came from, and it's all in here for $104.95. We'll have a good look through this book, but it is just exquisite. Now, you might remember, was it Lucy Brennan made this quilt out of the book as well? So lots, oh, there we go. Let me keep it there for you. Lots of inspiration in just that book. Hee hee, I love that. We've got another option for you. So this is going to be about kind of which is your favorite colorway to work with. As we showed you earlier, we had the tulip pink fat quarters, and it's just a rainbow, an exquisite rainbow of color. We've also got it in the fabric strips. Now, look at that. This is your tulip pink. Now you'll notice a slight price difference. Let me show you why that is. That's your Amy Butler jelly roll. You can just see there are more strips in your Tula Pink. It's just a larger bundle, that's all that is. So that's what you're getting in there, along with your thread. You also get, I've got threads everywhere, 2 meters of your, I think that's the papaya, isn't it? And then 2 meters of your white as well. So that's going to be your backing. That's going to be that lovely white front. You're also going to get your book. You're also going to get your 4 packets of Bonder Web. You're also going to get your wadding. You get the whole lot in there for $119.95. And this is what you'll be making. And I just think it's exquisite. Absolutely gorgeous. Look at the colours. That white making it pop. But I have no idea how to make it. I need someone to help me. I need someone who knows their quilty thing.
It's lovely and modern, isn't it?
Oh, Angie, it's gorgeous. It's Angie Attwood, everybody. Now,
Hi.
I folded that over, so we're not even seeing the full range of it,
Yeah.
but even folded over, it's just gorgeous.
Well, for my mind, I was thinking, I know it's a book from Modern Baby Quilts, but I'd have it in my home.
Yeah, never mind the baby, it's gorgeous.
Yeah. So I enjoyed making it.
This is a timeless classic, isn't it? Yes, it looks so modern,
Yeah.
but actually, that's gonna be an absolute favourite.
And you know, it's the, I wasn't sure that I'd be able to have time to make the whole quilt for the show.
Right.
Because, you know, making quilts quite time consuming. So I was a bit worried that I'd just come in with the top. But it's the fastest quilt I've ever made. So actually,
Really?
Yes. So yeah, you can make that in a long day. Yeah. So I know you saw it this morning and said, that's what I'm going to go home to make tonight.
That's the next one. Where do we start? I need
Okay.
to know. Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, I saw this design a few weeks or months ago, actually, flicking through this book. It's got some beautiful, real sort of baby designs in it with like little boats and things on. As you say, Lucy made one from the book
Yes.
a few weeks ago.
Eat, play, sleep, repeat.
But like you say, this is just, this one's called Puddles. And you can see there's the picture of it in the book. But I just thought it was such I love circles anyway. I think I've mentioned that before.
Yeah, I've noticed a
Yeah.
circle or two about you.
Yes, I do love circles, and I thought it was a really contemporary design. So, as I say, the book's called Modern Baby Quilts, but some of them are not babyish. So, depending on the fabric choice, you could use them as sofa quilts. This is a lovely, perfect size for a sofa quilt, a lap quilt. So, you know, very versatile. And yeah, with the Amy Butler fabrics, I thought, as I've just said, they're fresh enough for a baby, but actually they're contemporary enough to just have for grown-ups too.
Imagine
They're
that in
really
your
lovely.
conservatory.
Yeah, absolutely. It's lovely,
Lovely,
isn't it?
wouldn't it?
Really nice. So, the beauty of the Amy Butler pack, as you've just pointed out, the difference in the size of the design roll, is that there are 30 strips, I think, in the Amy Butler selection. So when I was selecting the colours, in the book they've just gone like totally like crazy patchwork. They've just put lots of different colours together.
Whatever came to hand.
And they've just cut lots of different strips to different sizes, because that's where we start, by making some stripped panels. And I looked at the Amy Butler colourways, and as you can see, I've grouped them instead of splitting the colours up and making it like a rainbow.
Oh, so you've got sort of blues in one,
Yeah, greens,
the warm
and then the
ones
warm
there,
orangey
yeah.
reds. And actually, as it worked out, there were 5 in each
Sort of colour group.
range. So 15. So half the design roll
nice.
is used in the top. So that worked really nice. Yeah. So,
Yeah, no, they're there. It's looking fab.
yeah, so I just grouped them in the colourways. I thought that was quite a more modern way of putting the
Yeah.
colours together, but you can have the choice however you like.
Now, that's the Amy Butler one, which is $104.95. Now, with the Tula Pink, which we're going to use I'm very excited to use this hour. With this one, you get more strips in the bundle, hence the slight price difference there, but you're getting a larger amount of pre-cut strips.
Yeah. So
How did you decide?
Okay, so the book actually talks about using fat quarters, so it just tells you to cut strips. I think it's ranging from anything from 1.5 inches to 2.5 inches, and pop them together. The instructions are very good. Again, it's a similar... Let's find the page with it on.
That one.
Second one.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, no.
Oh, there.
Where's it gone? Where's it gone? I'm sure There it is. Well, hang on. That shows that there aren't actually loads of instructions for it because it's quite a simple quilt.
And there are not, yeah, you don't really need lots of fancy diagrams. You have got one diagram to show you that.
Down there.
Yeah. Excellent. So, yes, the strips from 1.5 to 2.5 inch, and these are cut very random. I chose to put a narrower strip just in the centre. So that's what I'll show you.
But that gives you an idea of how they want to do it.
So whatever you choose, because we've got lovely design rolls, you're not having to cut your fat quarters down anyway. So just choose your favourite fabrics out of your stash. This one that I'm doing here, this range, is like a multicoloured one. This one is more, like you say, the warms. I thought that would go nice with the papaya background, actually, because you know the other colour backing with the warmer colours. So basically, I've joined. You want when the strips are joined together, you want the width to be at least 9 inches. The circles are 8.5 when they're cut. So you just need to keep going, adding your strips until you've got 9 inches at least. And I just thought it would be nice to throw in a narrower one in the centre. So I've just taken whichever one you decide to put in the centre. This is the full strip of that. So this is 2.5. Dead centre would be 2.25, and I think I just put another 1/8 on there, because you've got the zigzag on the design roll. So I just added a fraction bit more because I didn't want it to be too skinny in the centre there, and cut that down. And like I mentioned earlier in my first hour, when you're working with strips, try and work in different directions when you're stitching them together. But it doesn't matter if the ends don't meet, because you'll find with the design rolls that not all the strips are actually, because they've come from slightly different.
Yes, they will be a little bit different.
Yeah, they're slightly different widths. So I've joined those two first. I've joined those two already. So now I'm going to add the centre strip to this one. So
would you sew this starting from the end where you left off to go back in the opposite direction?
Yes, yeah, that's right. I mean, some fabrics it doesn't matter, you know, but it's just a good thing.
It's just habits to get into, isn't it? Good habits to get into.
About. Just put my 1/4 inch stitch on there. There we go.
Now, with the Tulip Pink one, which is up on your screen at the moment, because this is the one that we're using, $19.95, you get 40 of your fabric strips.
That's the
Tulip Pink one.
Oh, okay, yes.
With the Amy Butler, you get 30. With the Tulip Pink, you get an extra 10. Yeah. So you're getting almost 1/3 of that again, aren't you? So there's the whole kit. This is a big kit here. So you get the book, which is fab. So you've got the book in there. So then if you want to make any of the other quilts in there, then you absolutely can. They are fresh and fun and gorgeous. You're getting the wadding. You're getting 4 lots of Bonder web, because all of these are Bonder webbed on, aren't they? It's a pliqued quilt, this one. Then you're also going to get that gorgeous design roll. Hang on, how many of the strips are you using out of the 40?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I used 15 strips for the top.
So you only used half
of the Amy Butler.
Out of the Amy Butler?
Yes. And I used 4 for the binding. But you wouldn't need to use it for the binding. You could use some of your backing fabric.
Oh, wow, okay.
So actually, you know, you could get two quilts out of the smaller pack, but otherwise more out of the Tulip Pink. You'd be able to do your binding as well.
That would be amazing. So actually, if you wanted to make 2 quilts, you'd have to add more front and back, and wadding. But in terms of the actual designer element, that designer fabric strip, you've got enough for 2 quilts in there. That's exciting.
Well, there is something I'd like to point out about the 2 quilts business, like you're saying about the 2 quilt business out of just the top, because. Like we all do, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about the first time, you might be experienced sewer, but the first time you make something, it's the first time you make a pattern, follow a pattern. Yeah. So obviously I checked out what the requirements were for this, and if I can find the page again, there we go. It says we need 1 3/8 of a yard for the white, and for the backing...
We've given you 2 metres.
Yep, and for the backing, 1.5.
We've given you 2 metres.
Okay, so we have got 2 metres of each in the kit there. And then when I came to actually make it, I read it tells you to cut your white background piece ready, and it's 34 inches by 44.5. So...
Well, hang on, how wide is a piece of fabric?
44 inches. So for me, because I like to wring as much out of my fabric as I can.
I love this. This is a tip. Yeah.
But that's really annoying, isn't it, in a way, that you think, oh, OK. So the fabric's 44 inches wide.
So you've basically gone selvage to selvage across.
Selvage to selvage. 33 inches is about 3/4 of a metre.
So you've still got another...
So you can do out of our 2 metre bundle.
You can make 2 quilts.
2 quilts.
So you just need to add extra bonder, web and wadding.
A wadding, yeah. So, yeah,
I think I love you for that, Angie.
Well, like I say, when you start
reading... That makes me so happy. Or matching cushions at least.
And you don't have to cut it, because it's selvage to selvage. You've only got to cut it that way.
This gets better and better. I love this.
And I mean, really, with the design, because we're just skimping 1/2 inch, it says cut 44.5. It's white.
No one's going to know.
It's white fabric. It's not as if it's cutting the edge of a block.
And Angie, nobody knew in the first place what it was going to look like.
Nobody knew what size it's meant to be. What does it matter?
At home, did any of you go, oh no, Angie, you missed 1/2 inch off there?
Exactly.
Oh no, we can't possibly do that. Sorry, Angie, it's
possibly have
half
that
an
lap
inch
quilt. It's
too narrow.
Too small.
No, we all went, wow, that's stunning.
Yeah.
Look at that.
The only thing to point out is, as you know, when you come to layer your quilt, you'd put the background, your backing fabric down, bigger than your top. Then your wadding.
Yes.
And then your top is the smallest so that you can see the layers. Obviously, if you're going selvage to selvage, you have to be a bit more accurate laying it down because you haven't got any extra.
Do that.
But if you want to get more out of
You've just made
fabric.
my day and everybody else's day.
I hope so.
But that's brilliant. When we put these kits together, we go exactly by the ingredients set out in the books. So we give you, and we always give you, you know, where we can, a little bit more.
Yes.
Here, it turns out we've given you enough for 2.
What was quite nice about giving a little bit more is because that you didn't have to use your design rolls for the binding. You could have used the backing, like I said. But it's even better. It's even better because
you have enough design strips to make two fronts. You've got enough, you've got 2 metres of your front, 2 metres of your back. If you want to do it selvage to selvage rather than cutting into it that way, but if you do cut into it that way, then you've got that fabric down there to do your binding. So it's whatever's going to work for you.
Yeah.
However savvy you are with your fabric.
33 inches, it's about, can somebody work that out for me? What's 34 inches, it's about. It's about 3/4 of a metre, isn't it?
Here we go. We've got wadding there for you, $5.95. If you want to make 2, that's the same wadding. Pop another one in your baskets, and away you go.
Yeah, even better.
Yay!
So yes, so
how are we making this then?
Okay, so I've sewn that one on there. We need to do a bit of pressing. I'm impressed with this nice new mat.
Do you like?
I do like. Where's it disappeared?
Where's it gone?
Is it on your trolley?
Oh, no, I've got this one instead.
Isn't that the new mat?
It's a variety.
Ah. You want those?
There
Sorry,
we go.
yes, that's the trouble with sewing strips and patchwork. You've got.
They do need a bit of pressing.
Do need a bit
Should
of
we
pressing.
Dance? There we go. We're using the tulip pink. We had this earlier as the fat quarter bundle. Gorgeous, because you see with the strips you get that tease of colour and that tease of design.
Yes, you don't. Yeah, you're just getting a slice.
Yeah,
Aren't you? Yeah, through it.
It's beautiful. I really do love these because you've got the whole rainbow in here.
Shall I leave
so
that
you
there?
could.
'Cause I have got one more strip to press.
Because you could do it like a whole rainbow, couldn't you?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. This one's more colourful because I've got pinks, purples, greens, blues and yellows all in there. So now I'm just going to add this one to this one.
So my next question is, how did you choose which colours to put together?
Well, as I said with the Amy Butler, I looked at at the design roll, and it just spoke to me about keeping it within
Yeah.
the range of colours. It's a bit more modern. But yeah, it took me forever to choose from the tulip pink. There are just so many.
40 in there.
I mean, I've got one open there. If you,
can I
do you
look?
want to have a little look? There's just so. I mean, I love the black and whites and greys as well. There's just
This is what's left
much
over from your tulip pink one. Details on the screen for the tulip pink. But this is all your leftovers. I love a good leftover. It's like a roast dinner, isn't it? It tastes better the next day.
Well, that's still from the Amy Butler
Oh my goodness!
as well.
We've got all sorts.
So, like I said,
Right, let's not confuse the two.
but no, it's very difficult to choose.
So this
So
you've got enough.
Gorgeous.
I don't want to confuse people. We've got enough fabric strips, design strips, to make 2 quilts, because this is all your leftovers.
You
all
need 15.
here. You need 15, and you've got 40. So you're still going to have some left over.
Yeah.
When you've done that, you're going to have 10 left over. This gets better and better. You can make a bag or a matching cushion.
For either your binding or.
Oh, you could do, yeah, your binding.
Else. Yeah.
So all of these. God, where do you start with these?
I know, it's really.
Gosh.
So the one I'm putting together now, I decided to use something from each colour in there.
Yeah.
And as I say, the one there is more of the warm colours, the yellows, oranges, and pink.
Producer Paul would make a matching cushion. He's decided.
With the leftover 10.
So,
Has Paul ever made a cushion?
I don't know. Producer Paul, can you
Does he
actually
sew?
sew?
Was
No.
it?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'd like to say not yet. I wouldn't like to discount it out of hand. Look at all those colours. And that
Gorgeous.
are your leftovers. So this is enough to make the feature pieces twice on your quilt.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. So for $119.95, all I need to add in is more Bondawed and wadding, and I've got 2 quilts.
Yeah, it's really, really great value.
That's a bit good.
Yeah.
Or a whole load of cushions. That's amazing. If you're going with the Amy Butler, then this is your leftover fabric from the Amy Butler. This is what was left over from making this quilt here.
What's
all
nice
of
is
these design strips.
from the design that you've got one of every one left over, so it's not as if you've chosen to use a certain colour range. You have the complete design.
That's one of my favourites
Strip.
ever.
I love that one.
Ever, yeah.
And I really like this, actually, this bit on the binding, and I've only used it in the centres here, in the red one, but the colours in that with the nice pop of red and brown.
Ooh. So whichever one you're going for, go for whichever is your favourite designer. 4 meters of fabric with your Amy Butler. So you get that lovely fresh green backing. You get that beautiful design roll. You get that crisp white front. You get the book, which has got all of these in. You get 4 Bondawebs, which may look a little excessive, but you got a lot of circles to Bondaweb everywhere because it's applique. You even get your thread. And you get your wadding. It's all in there for $104.95. But this is perfect. If you have 2 grandchildren, same but different.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Change it up. And the Bondaweb, it is a lot of, because it's a whole applique and they're big circles, you need 3 packets at least. So there's a spare packet, there's another packet in there in case, depending on how you're spacing them out.
Okay.
And putting your design strips together, so, or you've made a mistake, you don't want to be
Or you've made a mistake, because, they happen too.
Now, because the Bondaweb, we've got that all done now, which is really nice. The thing I like about this project, which you'll see as we cut the circles, is when you've put it in strips like that, you don't still get the effect. So by then, once you've cut it into that shape, it kind of changes it again.
You're right, it really does.
Yeah,
it really does.
It really changes it and makes that a design feature again. So we've got our strips together, so it's over 9 inches wide. And now we need to fuse some Bondaweb to the background.
Okay.
The Bondaweb packets that we've got here, it's, I forget how wide it is.
I can tell you, it
17
is
and a half.
17.5 centimetres wide.
By just 1.2 metres.
Yes.
So it's not quite wide enough to go like this, obviously,
Okay.
because we're doing 8.5
Yeah.
inch circles. But I really like using these packets, actually, because normally Bondweb comes on a larger roll.
It's a bit unwieldy,
And it's
isn't
quite
it?
cumbersome to deal with.
Because it's unusual to want such a large amount.
Yeah, because normally you're appliquing much smaller amounts. So this still works, so we can just turn it this way.
Well, that gives you a more manageable section to deal with, doesn't it?
a more manageable section. So I've got my paper scissors.
My next question to you is, do you Bondweb over the seams and everything? Is there anything special that you need to do when you Bondweb on the seams?
No, if you wanted to, you could press all these seams open.
Okay.
But I just press them as I would.
As you would anyway. You don't care.
No. You know, it's not. You wouldn't. You only really press seams open. You know, if you're worried about the bulk, but there's not that much there, really. You get seams in patchwork to deal with. It's nothing excessive. It's absolutely fine, and it doesn't matter which way they go for this project. So I'm just going to.
I'm excited to see how this all comes together. Such a beautiful quilt.
What I should point out actually is that the strips that I'm demming with here are half the length.
Yes.
I've cut them in half
Yes.
to show two different types. So when I did this quilt, I just did the full strip, and I got 4 circles out of the 3 colour ways. Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm thinking now, don't you?
What?
A reverse applique out of the strips.
Oh, so you could you could put it down and then cut the top the other way instead.
Yeah, and then have the white. You know, have it as a.
Yeah, you can do that too. Do that too.
Oh, I love this.
That's what I was just showing. Because
Yes.
I've used some of this. I've already prepared some. So you will get, out of one packet, you will do 1 full strip.
And you get
of
4
the length. And you get your
out
4
of that.
circles. Yeah, out of that. So we're going to press this on here now. That's to point out the order when you're doing applique. Don't ever cut your circle and then try and put the Bondweb on the back afterwards. Much easier and much more precise. Bond your Bondweb down to the back of the fabric first, then cut your shape out. You're not having to deal with, if you've cut sort of a love heart out and then you try and put it on Bondweb, you've got to try and iron without getting the glue.
Well, be careful of your
everywhere.
iron as well, isn't it? It's one of those things.
So by doing it this way, we're protected. And also, what have I done with my protective? Oh, no, that's Bondweb.
I don't know, what are you looking for?
To protect the iron, I've got my
Have you got a
baking
sheet?
Parchment with me.
Oh,
here it is.
I don't know. Here we go. So, 1995, sorry, 119.95. It's a bit of an error, isn't it? Whoops. As much as we would love it to be, you get a lot in this kit. So 119.95 for your modern baby quilt kit. So we've got the tulip pink colours design roll. Oh, I mean, this is just a portion of it. You get 40 strips in there. You've also got, there we go. That's for your modern, but this is your tulip pink. We've also got your Amy Butler option as well, which is down the bottom of the screen. That's the one that the quilt has been made in. But if you're after just the design rolls, look what I've got here. Oh, excuse me, tulip. I'm going to pop you over there because 30 strips of kaif. Oh.
Nice.
Now, we haven't popped this in a bundle for you. You know, this is your decision on how you want to do this. But look at this, $42.95 for 30 strips of kaif. Look at these. Aren't these gorgeous? This would be a really rich, warm one, wouldn't it? With all those lovely reds in there. Yeah. And so you get the idea of the colours that you're getting through there. $42.95. How many times have we bought the kaif design strips to wear, Producer Paul? It's not that often, is it? We haven't done it that often.
No, we've only done fat quarters.
Twice. Oh, it's almost brand new.
Lovely. He does such a fabulous range. It's really nice to have so many in the
Look at all these colours.
jelly roll, isn't it?
Oh, look at that.
chrysanthemum.
Stunning. Right, Ange, we're halfway through.
Just point out the standard baking parchment to protect your iron. Don't get it mixed up with your Wonderweb.
Oh, you'll be disappointed.
Or you might have glue all over your iron. So pay attention when you're doing that bit. Okay. So now we're going to cut our 8.5-inch circles.
Right.
I've got one here actually in the other. So
Oh, nice.
Just to show you the other
look
way,
at the difference.
so we can see. But you'll see they'll pop again when they're cut out to look so different. So I've bonded some Wonderweb on the back of that already.
This is a revelation for me. Just how different shapes change colours.
Yeah.
How does a shape change a colour? But it does. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Right, what do we do next?
Okay, so now we've got to work out how to cut our 8.5-inch circle. And of course there are several ways.
Yes.
You can use template plastic. If you have template plastic to cut your circle, you can draw it on some cardboard and cut around that. If you've got freezer paper, you can use freezer paper. We can use one of our lovely circle cutters, even better.
Yay!
I've got a compass and a pencil over there, but
I've got this.
you've got that.
Do you want to give this a go?
So we could give that a go. What we need to do with this one, don't we, is we need to fold it in half to cut the circle.
Do we fold it where the two strips in the middle there?
So I'm just trying to think about it. It doesn't really matter which way, does it? So
No.
as long as we keep it, yeah. So we just need to fold this. I could fold it
You
there.
just fold it right in the middle.
Yeah.
Hey!
Fold it
Now, these are my trusty circle cutter. I'm going to pop that right in the middle there, because I know where the middle is. That's my fold line.
Lovely product.
Now this is £31.95. We brought you another circle cutter earlier on, which was a gauge, so that gave you lots of different, sort of every increment. For this one, I know that I need an 8.5 inch.
Yes.
Now this
It's
here
perfect
says
for this
8,
project.
but I know that it says circle size includes 1/4 inch seam allowance. So it's 8.5 inches, which is why we sort of went, oh, we're going to use this one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Choices.
It's in half-inch increments anyway.
We are spoilt for choice. So I pop groove into groove with this. There we go. Press down, and away we go.
Fab.
Da, 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 da. There you go, Ange. Ta-da!
Let's have a look.
Yay!
Now, if I'd just like to put a bit of white fabric down to pop that on, just to show how it starts to... Now, doesn't it change
different.
completely from when it's just a strip?
It suddenly becomes jewel-like.
And these shapes talk to you independently.
Yeah, they do. All thanks to our Fiscar circle cutter. £31.95. When you've got it, you've got it. How quick? You would have still been finding your baking parchmenty stuff and then trying to find everything else.
Yeah.
But this, it was done. There was no tracing of anything.
Yes, because if you
no measuring it out.
If you use just a regular compass, obviously the beauty of Wonderweb is you can just use a compass and a pencil, but then you've got to cut
You've got
around
to cut it. I
by
can't
scissors
cut properly like that.
and you don't get nice smooth edges. So.
And then, also, how many circles in this?
12.
You've got to
Quite
make them
a
all the
lot.
same.
Yeah.
You've got to make them all the same. Not going to happen. Get one of this and it will happen. £31.95. We even have replacement blades. So if you want to always have one just in case your blade snaps or anything, or it just dulls, then there we go. £5.95. I would say always keep a spare. Also, because you can use this product to cut paper circles, but have a separate blade. £5.95. TMGQ73. Just get a marker pen and write paper on it, and then you know they're really easy to change. You know, I was saying earlier I'd use the leftover bits.
You love the circular cutter for that, don't you?
Yeah. But you see, then there you go. Reverse applique.
You're away. But doesn't it change it, looking at it as a square?
Yeah.
Just that.
I think it's beautiful.
It just frames it, doesn't it? It really pops.
That's the joy of a circle.
That really surprised me, actually, how much it changed it when they were cut out. It was
yeah.
Like,
Gorgeous.
gorgeous.
Okay.
Do you want to cut another one?
I'd love to.
Shall we? Shall we cut this one, see
Yeah.
how it changes this one?
Yeah. Do you know what, actually? Using this with the circle cutter, this bonder web is perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's giving you those two strips.
That's right.
Ooh. I love this. Oh, you've made my day, and you've absolutely made my day. Let's make sure I've actually got this on the cutting mat so I do a proper job for you. Now I'm lining up. What I'm doing is lining up this central piece here, my centre cross, right at the bottom of my fabric. I'm making sure that then the rest of that line all lines up on my fold line there.
And you've got the centre that way.
Yeah.
That you're
Yeah.
aligning. Perfect.
Oh, look, I've even got another central one there. I didn't notice that. Ooh, another feature.
And that's quite thick in areas. So it's a really good blade in there.
Hang on.
You're
I have to
checking
admit,
that you're...
do you know when I've just had a horrible moment where I've gone, did I just put that in the 8? Could you imagine?
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not making the whole quilt again in the
I'd
7.
have cried if I'd done it 1 7, 1 8.
Well, it just shows, doesn't it?
What a moment.
You're thinking you might steal these to start your quilt.
Shh. Yes.
I can see where you're going.
Beautiful. Ta-da!
Lovely.
Done. Do you know what's really impressed me with that?
There's several seam layers and the bonder web.
And the bonder web, yeah.
Yeah, because that's quite thick. And 2 layers because it's folded in
Nice.
half. So that's lovely.
So my alternative quilt is coming on a treat over here as well. I like this.
Actually, I did keep, at the end of the design rolls, there was about that much left.
Yeah.
And I did keep
Yeah,
them.
of course you did.
You know what I'm like.
Of course you did.
Just wring everything out of a project.
But you see, yeah. Oh, I like it all. Leslie in Derbyshire says you could do the cafe on black. That would make it pop.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, that would be really nice.
Yeah.
Really nice on black. Definitely.
Leslie, you have to do that and show us. Send us in a picture.
So there we go. That was very quick and easy with the Fiskars rotary cutter.
Yeah. You see, you could have made the whole quilt by now. You know how you said this was the quickest
It was the quickest
quilt?
quilt I've ever made.
It's just
as well.
got quicker.
Absolutely.
Wow. Love it. Oh, decisions. I don't know which one. Amy Butler or the Tulip Pink.
I know, it's a pity I haven't got a spare circle, isn't it?
Oh.
I know, they're all lovely.
Right, what do we do now?
Okay, so now you'd get your backing rectangle, as we talked about, cut to size. And what I did was just fold it in half to find a centre mark of the quilt, and I started with the centre at the top.
Right.
To fuse, because we're going to fuse all these in place now.
You're not alone when you're doing this. Obviously, you can watch the show back, but all the details are in the book. You get the book, and it's got lots of other quilts in there as well. This was our favourite for today, because tomorrow we might have another favourite. But there, you see, so all the details are in there, so it's going to show you how to do it. I love that. And this is coming as part of your kit. Here's the kit. There you go. Now, it might look excessive that we've given you 4 lots of bonder web, but that's because this is an applique kit. So no, we've just been very generous. And we've given you 2 meters of white, 2 meters of your papaya. You've also got your poly down, which is your wadding, and of course the main event in there, which is your tulip pink 40 strip fabric strip design roll. Gorgeous. And it is $119.95, and you get your thread.
Thread as well.
Yep. Other option for you. Bing, bing, bing. Oh, look, there we go. Your other option there with that lovely green backing there. This is your Amy Butler. 30 strips in here instead of the 40 in the tulip pink, but it's enough to do 2 still. $104.95, and that's, there you go, grab an end, Ange.
It's a lovely lap quilt size too, isn't it?
Now, the other day we had these natty little quilt hangers. I'd hang this from the wall. I don't want those colours hidden away anywhere. I love that. But actually, if you've got... Why not just make a...
You could make a bigger one.
Yeah, you could double the size of it, couldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So imagine that doubled. Whoa! If everybody does what, Producer Paul? if everybody checks out, we've only got 3 of the Amy Butler left.
Oh,
my goodness.
I do love those fabrics, the Amy Butlers. They're a bit retro, aren't they?
Well, I've just decided I'm making a double-sized one. I'm not going to make 2. I'm not sharing. I'm making one big one.
What I like about it is you wouldn't naturally choose in patchwork to put like all those spots together, and it works in this, doesn't it? Go.
Oh, it all works. It's like with the Tulip Pink. You've got so many colours. It works because you've got every colour.
So stuck for choice. I just stood staring
brilliant
at
dilemma
this
to
huge,
have.
Yeah, thinking, come on, Angela, you've got to get on.
Got a choice to make.
Too many choices.
What do we do now?
So, now, to remove your paper from your bond web, it's quite nice actually with it being pieced because you've got a natural little flicky bit. Because sometimes when you get the end, you can start making your fabric fray a little bit.
Oh, I get a pin.
Yeah,
I just scratch it with a pin and then.
I tend to pretend I'm tearing the fabric, and so the paper tears. But this is really
knowing me, I probably would just damage the fabric. Yeah.
So just a tip: if it's not coming away too easily, it means that you're probably pulling the adhesive off the fabric. It's just lifting a fraction.
Oh, right, okay.
So just go to an area that is pulling away easily, or just repress it if you've not held it.
It's like putting the top of your yogurt, isn't it? If you rip the other bit, then just go to a bit that's easy.
Yeah, because otherwise you're going to be lifting the adhesive off.
And you want that bond web on.
Sometimes you think it's meant to be that tough, but it does come away really easily. Okay. And this will be smooth, you won't feel the glue on there. So we get to discard those. And we might as well put them both down, hadn't we?
Yeah, why not?
Have a look at them.
You've made my day. I just love this quilt. I think it's just stunning. And actually, what you've done is made this really achievable.
Yeah.
Because as a beginner quilter, that's me. If I've got the tools, I can do it. You know me in that circle cutter. I love it. Which means that actually...
Yes, you're going to have lots of fun using it too.
Well, what I'm also thinking now is that I can do different sizes and do like bubbles going up.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, yeah. You don't have to stick to this design. Yeah, you could do different size ones all over it, appliqued on. Really lovely. So we're just going to fuse these down. As I said before, I've got a centre line.
Yes.
The instructions tell you that I think you start roughly 2 1/4 inches from the top. So it's 2 1/4 inches.
I don't know, I didn't make it.
So I only made it yesterday, so it's still fresh.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Circles are approximately 2 1/4 from the edges.
Yes. 2 inches apart.
Yes.
So at least if you've got your centre line, measure down, put a little mark on your fabric, 2 1/4 from the top, and then you can position your central one. And then I just put a little 2 1/4 marks each side and then aligned those up. What I did do is I just got one of my square rules and just popped it on the top to the edge of the fabric just to make sure that these were sitting straight, because you can be slightly squiffy.
I would quite like having them at,
Oh, yeah, well you can put them. I was going to say that part of a different design was to put them at different angles.
What happens then?
Yeah.
Oh!
There's so many choices. Because that again impacts on how you'd quilt it.
Well, now that looks like a beach ball.
Well, yeah. Well, you could have them all. I know it doesn't matter which way around you have the quilt, but you could have them all the other way too, and then quilt in the opposite direction.
What? Some are going that way and some going that way.
Some that way, yeah.
Oh!
Lots of choices.
I love this.
So yeah, just to keep everything spaced equally. But I actually found it very easy. Just on a normal ironing board as well. The beauty of the size of a lap quilt, sort of baby quilt. Just on a normal sized ironing board, you can get those fused down very easily, which I'll do just now.
I love this. We brought you to Air a kit that we thought was just going to make you one beautiful baby quilt. Look where it's taken us.
Choices.
This is it, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can, of course you can. You can make it exactly as it is in the book, exactly as Angie's made it. You can absolutely make it like that.
Oh, I didn't make it exactly as in the book, so like you say, I'm already changing it.
By half an inch. Angie changed it by half an inch.
But no,
we'll
the strips are more random in that one, whereas we've got a more a restricted, they're all, because from the jelly roll, they're sort of 2 1/2 inch strips with the centre.
Yeah.
But you can change that.
You're the designer.
Yeah, from your design strips.
You need to iron them on, don't you, my love?
Yeah, we do.
There you
so
go.
I shall do that.
Should we dance?
Yes, we'll dance. Got my paper, just in case. I don't want anyone shouting at me.
If you've got an ironing cloth or anything like that, a piece of muslin, anything like that, just pop that over the top.
Yeah, because this just, when you're pressing something down with Bonder Web on, the adhesive can just seep out from under those edges. So,
okay.
If you use, especially if you use the same iron as you use for your clothes.
Andy, you've got 10 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to show you some cave. Oh, where's my favourite one? Where's my favourite one? Is it right at the... Ah! I am now happy for the day. Look at that. I mean, is that not just the most beautiful fabric strip? We thought that we'd bring you Cave separately because, you know, Cave's got a bit of a following. And you might be going, I love the circles, but I want it in Cave. Well, there you go. You see, we've told you everything else that you need. There we go. Look at this. Or you might just have some other ideas for what you'd like to do with all of your Cave. This was another fab one. Oh, love it. And we've only brought these to wear a couple of times. So still relatively fresh and new. Look at all those colours. This is going to be a super warm one. Was it Leslie said, what about this on black?
Yes.
You see, already at home you're designing. I love that about this channel.
Really
already
nice
at home you're sending us in ideas as to how you would do that. Cape on black. Oh!
Really lovely.
Now that design roll pack is $42.95 and you get 30 strips in there. I've made a right old mess of that. Has anybody got to try and like roll that back up again? Soz if you have.
So I've just fused them down so that people can see that, because I'm not going to go any further, but just to talk through the next processes really. The instructions then tell you, once they're all fused down, to applique these down.
Can I just very quickly, because I know a lot of you are going, what's really the difference between your Tula and your Amy? Well, firstly, you get 10 more strips with your Tula pink, but you can just see the difference in your colours. Your Amy Butler are more summery colours. Your Tula pink,
a little bit pastel, aren't they?
Yeah, more pastel-y.
Yeah, they're bolder. But it just depends how you put them together as well, doesn't it? Because that's more bold and that one's more subtle.
It depends how you put them. Yeah, it does depend.
It just depends how you put them together.
It's entirely your choice. So this is your Tula here. 1 P&P if you buy both as well. Not that we're greedy, we just want everything.
So fuse them all down, and then it's time to applique around the edge before you quilt.
Right.
Because I was thinking about this, without reading the instructions, I thought maybe you could put it together, and then if you quilted the circles as well, it would show on the back.
Right.
But it does tell you to applique them down before you start quilting.
Before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, it also tells you to do them with a zigzag stitch around the edge.
Did you, Ange?
No.
Ange, what were you doing? Freestyling left, right and centre.
I was freestyling.
Good for you.
Absolutely.
Why didn't you do the zigzag?
I didn't do the zigzag for 2 reasons. Well, one main reason for me, if you're stitching zigzag around this on the machine, you're going to have to follow the whole curve.
Right.
So you'll be following it around like this with this huge, well, not a huge quilt, but a lap quilt.
Yeah.
So you've got to turn 1 metre by, you know, you've got all that fabric to turn around the edges of those. So I just thought, well, I don't really mind it not being zigzag, so I free motion embroidered.
Oh.
So I just put my free motion.
So you made it easier for yourself.
Yeah, easier. So put free motion foot on, and I just, all that you're doing then is doing around that motion. And then I was able to do down all one side, turn round, I just did the outer ones, and then I only had to squash the quilt to do the middle 2.
That's cunning.
So yeah, if you've got a free motion foot with your machine, you can just stitch them down, and you might prefer it to be more subtle than having, you know, the zigzag around. But if you like your decorative stitches, it doesn't have to be a zigzag either. You can use any of your decorative stitches to
serious
applique
decisions.
down. Yeah.
You can follow it completely in the book, as is the book, or, like Angie, you can go off-piste a little bit.
It's up to you how you applique. Yeah.
You get in the book, in the kit, you get the wadding in the kit, you get 2 meters of front fabric, 2 meters of backing fabric, you get your jelly roll strip design fabric strip roll, whatever you want to call it. They've got so many different names, but 2.5-inch strip roll, that. And you get your thread as well, and 4 packets of Bonder web. If you're after Tulip Pink, that's it there, £119.95. You get 40 strips in there. If you've got the Amy Butler one, then you're getting 30 strips, and it's £104.95. Angie, we've got a couple of minutes left.
Yep.
What are we doing?
So then when you've got them all stitched around the edge, it's your choice then how to quilt it.
They give you like a bubble design in the book.
They've done circles all over it, yeah, which is quite time consuming, and for obvious reasons, for making it for the show and wanted to turn up and not still be enjoying stitching circles.
Yeah.
But I actually, for this design, I thought it'd be, because I've done all my circles the same,
yeah, you can.
I was able to strip quilt this right through. And actually what would have been nice, slightly different, is to have stopped there, just gone through my seams, and not had these ones here, but you could have done some circles through that gap. I think that would have been quite nice.
I would have no idea. But yeah, you see, this is it.
Yeah,
as you get more progressive, then you can do all these things.
I really like the
this.
simplicity of just the straight lines, almost like raindrop, you know, like sort of.
Do you want to see it again? And go on, grab it.
It's called puddles, isn't it? To me,
it is called
like
puddles.
Raindrops.
Yes.
We're holding it that way.
There you go. That's it in its absolute glory.
So yeah, then you choose how to quilt it.
And of course, you've got the circles within the Amy Butler fabrics as well. But you see, the beautiful thing about that is that some are absolute circles and some are more, I like to call organic circles.
And you could put, like you say, with the Tulip Pink, because you've got more than you need to make one, you could do even more than, on there.
Beautiful. So. I just think it's an utterly stunning quilt. That's your backing. So we've given you a lovely fresh fabric on the backing there as well.
And the binding, I just used 4 design strips. The book says to cut your strips 2¼ inches, but for me, I always cut my binding strips 2.5 anyway. So the design rolls are perfect for binding, because you just
happy days
use them as they are and press them in half. And away you go, stitch them on the edge.
So the one that we've made fully is Amy Butler. £104.95, details on your screen. GQGC64. Oh!
I can see your cogs going. Just like you're confused now which one to make, aren't you?
Well, I'm also thinking of with the leftovers, what I'm going to do with all my leftovers. This is it, isn't it? It's not always what you make. Sometimes it's what you're left with as well that's just as exciting. Yeah. And it's brilliant. This is giving you a wealth of opportunity, a wealth of glorious colours to work with, and then that juxtaposition of it against the stark white. Love it.
Yeah, you could choose to applique it down with colourful threads.
Ooh.
Really make that a feature before you quilt it as well. So it's up to you, really. You can do a lot. It's such a simple design, but you've got a lot of scope to make it very different to in the book.
Now, you thought that we would be running out of time sooner than we did, but we used the circle cutter.
We did.
To make life super quick and easy. And that, for me, is what would give me the confidence to do this quilt.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. It absolutely would. If I had to hand cut out that, then
might be a sticking
only because I know what my cutting's like, But this just, how quick was that?
Was good.
Done. Brilliant.
But then you might have gorgeous
big old scissors.
Viscars to make
you
it
use
easy.
What you are comfortable with at home. That's the key, isn't it? Angie, thank you so much.
Welcome.
It's just been absolutely stunning. Gorgeous. Beautiful, beautiful. When are you next back?
About the 28th, I believe. A couple of weeks.
Ooh, it's not long now. Where did June go?
I know.
Halfway through already. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to go and look at some fabric over there. Thank you so much. Step with me. Ooh. Decisions. Which one are you going for? It's a real toughie, isn't it? So let's give you a little update. Tulip Pink. Now, Tulip Pink and the Amy Butler fabric strip design rolls you can buy separately. So if you just want the Tulip Pink, it's $57.95. $57.95, look at that. It's just a wealth and a riot of colour, isn't it? $57.95, WCRW54. If you would like the Amy Butler, 30 pieces here, then that's $44.95. Look at that. Oh, yeah. I want to give you every option, you know, to suit all pockets and all possibilities. $44.95, UFRW 53. Yeah. So we've got your Tulip Pink, your Amy Butler, and it comes with your book, 4 of your Bonder webs, and your poly down wadding. We've got a couple of other books. Which would you like to look at? Oh, there you go. There's your Tulip Pink. That's everything that you're getting in the kit. Now, I've got an encyclopedia of quilting and patchwork techniques. So when we were saying earlier, Ange and I were joking about we weren't joking, we were being completely honest about my quilting skills. They need work, I think it's fair to say. And this book is perfect because, wow, look at that. Because it takes you through all your different patchwork techniques, your different blocks that you've got in there. They're all covered, shows you how to do all of those step by step. Great photography in here to really break things down, get them looking absolutely brilliant. It's almost like you've got a map down here on how to do that. Do you believe that's a log cabin? And then all of your cutting instructions, how to put them all together. And then if I keep going towards the back, it starts to tell me how to actually do the quilty bit. So there's your applique. We've sort of done we have done an applique one today. Oh, that's a bit good, isn't it? Look at that. All sorts of different styles, types, techniques, and then we talk about your quilting, whether you're hand quilting, how to finish, how to bind your quilt as well. We've touched on that very briefly. If you've got to sew your pieces of binding together, if you're making your own binding, how to do that. And it's all in there. $12.95, that is a fabulous price for an excellent, awesome piece of kit. Now, with the quilting manual, techniques, troubleshooting and more, you know, we were talking about all the different techniques that you can use for quilting. Look at this, it gives you all of these designs. So you've got different designers here giving different ideas, different hints, tips, techniques, and you've got these that you can use, which are all a bit stunning. So you've got quilting designs to use. Love this. You've got borders on there, so it's split into different areas. So here, that's your all over section. These are your borders. And then the next bit is my red pages, which are my motifs. Imagine that. That's just a whole other area of this artwork of quilts. So $15.95 for that. That's a bit good. Last book is the Ultimate Quilting Bible. This is a tome and a half, this one. Look how thick this is. Very, very quickly, because I've only got a minute left. $14.95. And it is step by step, brilliantly put together. The artwork here in diagrams is absolutely fab. Whoa! All sorts in here. But this is a book and a half, this one. Love it. There are your curves. That was like the panda one that we did, wasn't it? So $14.95. WQMZ53. Now tomorrow! What have we got tomorrow? Bags of quilting fun. Oh yes, 8 o'clock starting to quilt, 9 a.m. quilt as you go, and 10 a.m. tonal delights, and 11 a.m. is your tote bag tutorial. Oh yes, so if quilting is your thing, we've got Victoria Pete here tomorrow talking us through how to make all these gorgeous things. What a wealth of colour, a riot of colour going on in the studio today with all these beautiful quilts. Thank you very much at home for watching. Thank you, Angie, very much for being a superb guest as ever. Do join us tomorrow where we're going to be having, well, a lovely time all over again. So have a lovely rest of the day, and I will see you bright and early at 8 o'clock. I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.